Okay, let's get all this going. Okay, there we go. Maintenance. What fun. The 13th at 9. Okay. So tomorrow. Wonderful. Get our gems. We're actually very close to having a 10 pull. Morning, Matt. Morning, Kiri. No, you're good, Kiri. I know you got a lot going on. Send my love to Jay, okay? Let me know how it all goes. And sorry, everybody, for running a few moments late. Our internet, for whatever reason, didn't want to work this morning, so I was rushing around trying to get that figured out. And luckily, it was pretty simple. Okay. Now, I do think we're going to hop right into playing some red. It is the only color, as far as I'm aware, that we have not completed our weekly for. Yep. And all of our weeklies will be done at that point. So how you doing this morning, Matt? Ooh, the Beerus Mirror. Advantage to whoever goes second. That's us. We have a decent 1-drop, a good 2-drop. We'll keep. When and how we use the coin is gonna matter a lot. What up, Schmacky? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, charge you. Play this. Put it in. You lost a Gohan and charge it away a 3-drop, so those are two really nice things. You know, I'm doing well. Yesterday was a lot of fun. So we normally do D&D on Tuesdays. My buddy, who normally hosts, his son is doing baseball, so he had a, excuse me, a baseball game last night with his son, so they are out for the next, like, 2-ish months. So while they're doing that, we put the main campaign on pause, because they don't want to miss it. And we decided we'd do a short, like, 1-2 month long alternate reality campaign. And what's my charge? Honestly, I think we'll charge one of these. Go here. Add the life, kill this off. So, last night was our first session, because we did a week to make the characters, and then the week after that, everyone was kind of late, and we didn't really have enough time to hop into it. So last night was the true first session of this. And we wanted it to be a funny, but fun and odd campaign. So what we decided to do was we're doing a Power Rangers campaign. Where they are all just college students who get the Power Rangers transformation power, essentially. And last night, since it was session 1, they didn't have any powers, and so I essentially nerfed them by taking away a basic game mechanic that's meant to make the players feel stronger. And by doing this, it made all the monsters I was throwing at them really, really scary. And then as soon as they did transform, everything kind of mellowed out. Which was a lot of fun. I'm quite happy I did that. Charge off the UI Goku. It's gonna be a minute before we need that. We're gonna go Whis. Into our 3-drop. Taking the life, popping their 3-drop. Yes, they're transformed, but they're gonna have to deal with every attack we do mattering now. And because they took the turn off because they didn't want to transform me, we gotta just start pressuring them. So they technically got the slightest amount of card advantage from one swing, but they lost that in just the swings we did back. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. The players almost died. Well, one player in particular almost died. They did ultimately get their powers, and they had a lot of, like, fun using a sledgehammer as a weapon. Ugh, the Gohan is annoying. Because, of course, we haven't seen our Gohan. Odd. This is a waste. He definitely should have done this a little differently, in my opinion, but that's fine. But how's everybody else doing this morning? I hope you're all having a good day. Let's do that. Ugh, double zeros is a problem. Okay, game. We did not need to draw these both off the top deck. That's a bit much. And we're going to eat away at his hand, trying to kill her. The biggest issue being that we don't have a ton, like we have one really good combo piece and one normal combo piece. So at best we can answer the 2 swings here, but we get nothing special for what's coming. I assume his -10 will go on our Kefla, so that way she's easier to answer. Yep, makes sense. He is running Rosie, which is interesting. Ah, that's what he goes for. That's fine. Morning, Drifon. How are you doing today? This is the big sad moment, because we're going to have to give up all of our Beeruses to do this. First, we need to pop our skill. -10. Go into Beerus. I mean, I guess we could keep the other Beerus, but then the only combo we're getting is the top of our deck. I actually think it's worth it. Beerus is such a good card for our lead. Let's go in with the crit first. Awesome, I'm happy to hear you're doing excellent. Cool, I like that. We're both pretty starved for resources. Obviously the Beerus blowout was nice. If his big play is to just drop another boss monster, like Double Striker Goku, he'll kill our Beerus, but that's fine, because we have a follow-up. Okay. I'll give him that. And then we'll eat the Kefla hit, likely. Ooh. Stop giving me zeros. Unfortunately, we're going to 2. Okay, we can work with that. Okay, I like my hand. We've kind of turned the whole hand around. Going here. Popping this, ditching this. Get the big blowout. Yeah, he's gonna be big sad to see another Beerus come down. We had to eat one more swing because we did it this way. But I think this was a good line. And yeah, he probably does think I have the double striker. Given that I swung before I did anything, and then after he blocked, I pivoted to Beerus. He may be thinking we were sitting on the double. I'm actually sitting on Rumshi, because I like its ability better in a lot of matchups than the double striker. The only spooky thing is, if he has another double, we only can get up to 60, and he likely can beat that, depending on his personal combo. If he swings at our 5-drop, we know what he's going for. If he swings at us, he'll be asking for a card out of hand, which will limit our combo power as well. I mean, if he's got it, I suppose. Yeah, I see no reason to avoid this, because if he is going for the double, we are better off just eating this. Ugh. Gross. Man's seen 3 Kales. Granted, so have we, but we haven't had the time to drop them. 40. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we lose, just because of the amount of card draw. Because that being 40 is already eating 3 cards. For us, well, yeah, 3 cards for us to get over. She's 25, and he can already give her 10. So 30, 40, 5. And now he'll do the 10 here, so that's 35. It's 40. He wins. Yep. Darn it. How many super combos had we seen? 1. We'd seen 1. And as for how many he'd had, I think he'd had 2, 3. Because he had 1 in his hand there. He avoided our earlier Beerus. So that's at least 2, I can guarantee. Yeah. Ugh. It was a close game. It's hard when they actually run more of the draw package in that matchup, because they get a bit more gas than we do. We have more of a control edge, I would say. He also saw a million Gohans, and we didn't see one. Ooh, Schmacky. Honestly, I think they're the best 2 yellow leaders at the moment. Which, again, what is with the Beerus mirrors? What the heck? Okay, I guess we're living in it. Each having the advantage. Frieza gets a lot more value out of some of the re-readying abilities and secondary effects of a lot of the leads, or a lot of the cards. Whereas Vegeta gets built-in, quote, free defenses, which are valuable, but not as valuable in some ways, since you're still burning a card from hand to get a free block. It's no different than burning a combo card from your hand, so you really need the extra cards to do something. So that's why, like, Time Rewound, readying something, and Death Ball committing things are really useful. Well, this is going to be an interesting one. We have the 1-drop set up to set up our 3. Granted, I doubt our 1-drop's going to stick around for super long. Okay. Let's go ahead. We'll charge our 3-drop. Combine with critting over here. And honestly, we're going to do our beneficial Roshi and do a life pickup. Normally I would probably do Khalifa, but I do not want him at 5 because that's a lot easier to self-awaken. He's also running the 3-drop Kefla, so he does have more card draw built in. Lost double Piccolo to crits. Interesting. Theoretically, yes. If we played this, likely his 3-drop, if he has it, would have been a 3-drop Goku, which would have given him a life pickup and blown it up, so we wouldn't have been ahead. That's the whole reason I went with Roshi, because he still could have that 3-drop in hand, potentially, and blown up Roshi, but that doesn't feel as good. And then he's just sitting on a 25 for us to answer. That's true. Burning the coin is worth it, considering Beerus exists. The thing is, I'm not really planning to go super wide. Granted, automatically we're already a little wider than he is, just because we actually have Whis and Roshi sitting there. I also do like that if he doesn't try to go for this crit, Roshi can give us an life pickup rather than it getting critted away, so we will get that additional card this way. Just from on board. It also could have potentially baited a 1-drop Whis down, just to clear it. And would you look at that? The 1-drop Whis comes down. That's funny. We actually have a really good play on our turn. Yep, unfortunate. We'll eat it. Oh, our Gohan, really? Big sad. Well, I know what we're charging. We're going to flip. I don't either, Versul. I think that was a mistake. So we have two different ways of doing this. Obviously, we could... Yeah, I'm kind of on the boat of not awakening him and forcing him to self-awaken. I could obviously swing in with Beerus, he'll go to 4, and then pressure a card out of his hand with Gohan. Or, and get the body for free. Or I can just swing at his board, see if he gives it up, which he likely will, and then we'll just establish a Khalifa down as just a sitting body. Either way, he's likely to awaken next turn. He's going into 3. Just about every 3-drop and less in the deck probably has life pickup. Yeah, let's do this. It's more proactive. I'll swing first. Yikes. I mean, Gohan's unlikely to stick to the board with his 20k with a Beerus game anyway. Between Beerus 5-drop, between the 3-drop that pops him instantly, there's a lot of things that kill the Gohan. If we just sat on Khalifa, she was likely dead as well. Because think about it, back to our previous game, where the other Beerus awoke by doing the 3-drop and then just sitting on it, we instantly answered it and killed it. Okay, he went to his Gohan. Obviously, we're not saving this. That would be insanity. You know? I do not know, but I'm not gonna complain about it. We're gonna charge a Beerus here. We're gonna give -10 out the gate and swing at it to clear it. Definitely going Khalifa. Now, the only thing is, do we just glimpse her? Granted, we don't have a Kale, which sucks. That would have been the best play here. But using Glimpse, we could get a Gohan back. So we essentially are just trading Glimpse for Gohan. I think that's worth it. The problem is, the only 1k we have to pick up is Roshi, and Roshi's, other than just being a good combo card, absolutely dead on this board. Yeah, I think this has to be the play. And it eats him a crit, so he doesn't get the life advantage to pick it up, so it's really annoying. If he Keflas, we do have the Beerus option. Oh, looks like Kiribot's gonna smack another one down. Kiri might be a little distracted at the moment. Their partner had is having surgery on their leg today, so may take Kiri a moment. Needless to say, I do not bot for viewers. I figure if people want to watch me and support me, they'll do it. If not, I'll have to find something else to start doing. And there's Kiri. So they don't have the Kefla play since they did the one drop. What up, James? Honestly, I'm not happy about it, but we are going to eat the Gohan swing. We have two different options here in my mind. We charge off the hit and go Gohan Piccolo. Gohan obviously answers the 3-drop Gohan with just negative effects, and we pressure into Beerus' face. I think it's better to go hit Gohan, because then we get both bodies off the board. But this is a weaker board state into a Beerus counterplay, so that's a whole thing. Don't add the life, but do destroy that. And now he has to combo out of hand, and combo out of hand to avoid 3 different swings. That'll put him down to 3-2 on card, well, 3-3 on card advantage. So we're both equally gassed, and if he goes Beerus, does the discard, he'll be down to 1 card in hand, but he'll have cleared my board. And then we'll basically respond in the same exact manner. Hooey got a super combo for that one, so he's definitely running low. I really liked that line. I just liked getting the body off the board with this and keeping pressure high. And again, in order to even go Beerus, he has to charge off his draw, play Beerus, ditch a card, and he's down to 1. And yeah, he gets the whole board, but on our turn, we'll draw. We don't have to charge. We'll go Beerus, blow away board, and still sit on our best defense. One Kefla's down. If he goes Kefla, at best he's just setting up a board of bodies. We could actually potentially save our board through that right now. No, I know he added one on from Basil, but what I'm saying is if he goes Kefla, at best he drops a Gohan with it. Yeah, he skipped charge, so he's stuck at 4. And we have the answer to the Kefla play, which is our Beerus. Big sad, depending on how he does this. Of course he had the Gohan. Ugh. Threaten the double. Go Beerus, use effect, ditch this, pop board. Pressure crit. Eats it. What up, Nico? Welcome. And pass it over. What up, Cal? Welcome, everybody. How's the day been treating you all? Well, I hope. Yeah, he likely doesn't have any supers. He went to 5, so he had a Beerus in hand that he just charged. What up, Imodium? Ooh, that sucks. We're currently on a 1-game losing streak. We're trying to get our red win for the week. We did Beerus, and we got a Beerus mirror. And it was close, but we did lose. And now we're in another Beerus mirror. Yeah, we'll eat it. This might be a problem if he has the double. Especially with us drawing a 0. That's awesome. I know, I still need to climb a lot. Yep, we get punished for eating that, because he did have the double. Ugh. Now he has no reason not to full dump. We lose. All because we ate that. Brutal. Oof, that's a big losing streak, Nico. I'm so sorry. I whiffed. I should have avoided the Beerus swing. Then he could not have gone double striker. Likely would have gone Kefla into Kato. Kato play effect -5, swing effect -5. Beerus, so he would have gotten my Beerus, and we would have had to figure out an option for that board. even if we played that right, I think we were probably losing the next turn if we couldn't kill him, and I don't think we were getting the kill there. It does. What up, Yaver? Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. And hopefully I didn't butcher your name. Man, 2 games in a row, Beerus Mirrors, both losses. That sucks. Especially since both had the double striker. Not that he mattered in the first one, but the second one he mattered a lot. And we don't run the double. We play more control. A third Beerus Mirror! What is happening? Yeah, we never saw Kefla. That also didn't help. We're the second player. Change this. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it. What is with these hands, guys? We went from okay hand at best to another okay hand at best. Yeah, real lucky today. Okay, interesting. I just started off the day, and I just want my red win for the week, and it's been 3 Beerus Mirrors. Ugh. Well, there's no world we keep all 3 hit. We don't have a turn 1 play. Yeah, I would too, Versul. We don't have the Whis play. We have very little to go off of. Absolutely, Nico. Thank you for stopping in, though. I appreciate it a lot. I hate burning the coin this way, but I feel like if we don't get something going quickly, we're just going to be sitting on this hand, which I think is a loss anyway. At least this way we get the game going. Crit him to 6? Sure. Thank you so much, Nico. What are the odds we get rolled again? We'll see. They've charged off Kato in 17. We crit away a 17, so a bunch of 17s are gone, which is nice. Next turn, we're likely going to need to do at least a single swing for a life pickup, depending on how we play it. We'll definitely crit. We lost a Beerus. He did nothing. Interesting. Honestly, given what our hand is looking like, we're going to get rid of Glimpse. I could forcefully awaken both of us. He's going into turn 3. If I forcefully awaken both of us, his best play is likely a Gohan. Or a 3-drop Godku like me. I'm okay with that. Add the life. Add the life. We'll attack in as a non-crit, that way we get the card draw. Hands are more or less equalized. We're both awakened. The only difference is I have a board and he needs to start answering it. And we get to technically pressure a card out of hand. Not huge, but hey, game begins pretty quickly here. There's a lot of ways he can clear this board state, right? He can go into 3-drop Goku, blow up one, swing into the other, give it -10. No way I'm saving it. He could go 3-drop Gohan. It would likely have a similar effect, because -10 on one swing, -15 on the other. Yep, it was the Gohan, and that's fine. Okay. It's between this, UI Goku, and our 3-drop. Our 3-drop is likely what we're playing here. Charge this. Blow that up, and now let's pressure him. Get cards out of his hand. This game's almost the exact opposite of what the other two Beerus games were, where both me and the other Beerus were pretty gassed by the time we transformed. Here we both have a lot of resources, and I guess it's just gonna come down to who spends them better. Okay. With that, we pass it over. If he has a Kefla, which he likely does at this point, it'll be her, probably into a Gohan if he's got it. The Gohan swing will reduce the stats. He'll be able to kill it that way. And just pressure us with 3 swings, which will be annoying, but effective. Yep, Kefla. Into a likely Gohan. Yep. Gohan gets a kill on our 3-drop. Both get to pressure us with attacks. Hand sizes are pretty equal for now, which is good. Okay. I think our charge is going to be you. There's no world where we don't Kefla. And just mirror his own playback at him. I'm gonna swing Gohan into Gohan. Don't add the life, do drop the stats. Super combo plus if he wants to save it. Pop my skill. Kefla in, requiring something bigger if he wants to keep this body on the board. Pressure his face. Ugh, that's not what we wanted to see. This game's very close. His best play would probably be 5-drop Beerus to blow away the board. Or potential, could just go for another Kefla into Gohan. Repeat the same kind of pattern. Yep, he goes Beerus. combo this, avoid it. Now, the question is, would we rather... We're definitely going to charge our Beerus away. Yeah, UI Goku failing to get the kill on that Beerus, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. And we're only going to get 1 life out of him for it. Honestly... Pop our skill. I'm going to swing lead, see if we can get a card draw. Ugh. Gross. Thanks, game. He ate that. I hate this, but I think it's the best play given our hand. That made the best situation out of our hand, in my opinion. I was very tempted to Rumshi. It honestly would have felt pretty good there, but at the same time, we would have been heavily punished for not having the combo in hand. He would need to dump a lot of cards. The problem is if we just UI'd there, if that Beerus made it out, we were going to get cooked, I think. And us sitting on a Beerus is awkward, right? What are his options? Either he goes wide trying to hit me, or he goes tall. Basil, sure. Into the 3-drop that draws. So this is brutal just because it's crazy card value in a game that's razor close. We could potentially make Beerus stick here, right? He doesn't have any stat control. It's going to cost us both Gohan and Rumshi. We would have to Gohan over this and potentially Rumshi over Kefla, but if we do that, and he combos in, we lose the body anyway, and then we have an even worse hand. I think we let it go. We'll avoid this, as sad as I am to burn off a Gohan doing that. This one we eat. Hey, there's what we needed. Can we get something to work with it? No. Going Whis. Clearing that. Okay. A lot, yeah, we keep finding zeros at the ends of our turn, and it's making our turns awkward as all heck. Gonna have her clear this. I do think it's worth the swing, just because if he has a Gohan in hand, 17's dead just from the negative effects. I don't think it's worth leaving him up in the Beerus matchup. And he has a big hand advantage right now. We do need to start burning through it at some point. The most annoying thing he could do is a Beerus play. Blow up the whole board. Interesting that he ate that. Win or lose, I think we're done playing Beerus after this one. The Beerus v Beerus mirror match just feels really bad. Since I don't run the 3-drop Kefla for the card advantage, when they do run it, it actually punishes pretty heavily. Double Striker. I mean, that's definitely a thing, Versul. And it could happen here. $30, $5, $40. Very close to the 40 that he needed. And now it doesn't matter. Likely, but doesn't matter. Unfortunately, with that Whis in hand, he gets it anyway. And he only went to 40. That's heartbreaking. 2 games decided by the Double Striker. Oof. That's big sad. Yeah, maybe. I mean, that did seem like an exact read of force the full combo, go into the Whis, get it anyway, and then win. Oh yeah, no, in the mirror, Beerus is amazing. What up? Welcome. Welcome, Asu. That's what I'm gonna say, Asu. Even though I think I know what you're going for. I don't think he sniped. He did exact numbers that would line up with that, but honestly, if he was sniping, he just would have went bigger on the first swing and done it anyway. Yeah. Brutal. Not a fan. Mm-mm. Okay, well, we need to undo the damage that has been done. With that, I'm thinking we're gonna go... What are you guys feeling? Green or blue? I'm down to play either of these. We did Ginyu yesterday, actually. We got a win. It felt good. I want to undo the damage Beerus did to us because we're actually falling backwards in Plat 5 now, and I'd rather not fall out. So I'm thinking we're going to stick with one of our top 2 lists, in my opinion, of 17 or Trunks. It's not that our Beerus list is bad, but in the mirror we get punished for not running the 3-drop that draws cards. And the fact that I don't run the double, instead I'm running Rumshi for more control into like green, definitely punishes. Yeah, we'll go Trunks. I'm down with that. Let's go. Trunks is more or less the list that climbed us up anyway. Watch, now we're gonna fight Top Coup, and I'm gonna be mad, because Beerus is built to beat Top Coup and other matchups, but it is weaker in the mirror. And what do we find? The very thing we would have loved to have seen. Well, we'll keep it. I'm only extremely bitter, it's okay. It's fine. Awkward, we don't have a Zamasu to bottom deck it. Charged this off. It's a good card, but we're not in need of it. For now, we're just going to do our best to slow it a bit. Bounce this back. Call it a day. Sucks we don't have the counter. There is a world where we might get Goku Black down in this matchup. And the Gallic Gun, I'm unlikely to use unless it was a really rare case. I'd rather keep the coin for other options. Sure. We kind of need the coin to potentially go into like a Zeno. But depending on how the game plays out, a single Goku Black is worthy of holding on to. If we ever see two, I will definitely charge one. I play 3 Goku Black in the list. I think 4 is a little too greedy. At this point, given our hand, it's between Goku Black, Kid Trunks. I think it's got to be the Goku Black at this point. Go for card draw. I hate it. I hate it here. We don't really have any good plays. We could attack him and burn off Trunks and use Pilaf to get him back. I don't want to swing into him. He's already slowly awakening, and we can't stop that. So I guess I just have to let it be a slow burn and hope we can get to answers. Yeah, that would have been the play if it was anything but Top Coup. But with Top Coup, I don't want him to awaken. I want it to be as slow as possible. Yeah, his charges are kind of odd, unless he's just drawing, like, the full 4 set. Gohan's one of the best cards in the list, in my opinion. Gohan, Kefla, Ribrianne are, like, the top 3 things in that list. Yeah, we'll just combo this off while we can. Yep, we'll eat this one. Okay. I'm a fan of this. Now we have a nice swing target to at least get our card draw. We have a couple options, right? It's funny, we could play the 3-drop and bounce the 17. We could go Pilaf, get our Goten back, combo Pilaf and Trunks in to clear. Since they are easily killed off the board, I don't mind just spending them. We could even just burn the Pilaf to get the Goten back and combo in to clear. Yeah, let's do this. Pilaf. Get the Goten back. Trunks into here. Combo this in so he can't just eat the Piccolo. Combos a Ribrianne from hand. I'm okay with that. Pilaf. Pilaf. To Kid Trunks. Pass it over. We got a card out of hand, cycled a bunch of value. Yeah, we don't have an answer for 17. We could have always just hard dropped our 3-drop and bounced him that way. I actually think I prefer this. It gives us a lot of value. Could have Goten the Roshi. I'm not too concerned. He's at 4 energy at this point. He could pretty much just drop it and any 2 or 3 drop and awaken. The scary thing is we haven't seen a Sickle, even though it's a 4 of. We haven't seen a whole lot of our early options to stop the Roshi. Okay, so he gets 1 Pilaf here. He didn't flip, so now just our Pilaf gets us over this. That was very sweet of him. Incoming Kefla into something. Right, Rasul? Kefla dropping a Gohan, maybe? Or the 3-drop just to keep the card advantage? No, going for the double 17. Big numbers. That is actually very spooky, but this is a very juicy Xeno board. We have to survive 1 whole turn into it, though, without having any great answers, so that kind of sucks. Where are all of our Sickles? Like, I'm legitimately curious. 30 and it's gonna be a while, Piccolo. Sorry, bud. 5. We really do need a Sickle off the top. Like, we absolutely need it. $35. Yo, let's go. Okay. So with Sickle, we have options. I'm a fan of going Pilaf. Get a Pilaf. Swinging in on Gohan. Comboing in the Pilaf. Sickle. You and you. Skill. And passing it over. Oh boy. That board was getting very, very scary very, very quickly. Yep, we don't even have a great board to Zeno, but if he has another Kefla, he'll likely rebuild the whole thing, and that's what will Zeno, and I'm happy about that. He'll build it up. He legit could double drop Keflas if he's seen them. Pretty much, Imodium. I mean, we have to, right? That's the cruddy thing with the matchup. We're the one who has to find the defensive options and make the most out of a spooky situation. Okay. He has another Kefla, which he'll definitely be cheating out, and then he'll be able to drop the 17 again. This sucks because we're going to have to combo kind of inefficiently here. Because everything he's placing is 25, we are getting absolutely run over. We'll eat this one. I did, Schmacky. It looks sick. Kefla numero dos. Yep. Ooh-wee. We cannot afford to go to 2. That just legitimately whatever we have to sacrifice has to be lost. Obviously we want a Zeno. So that means we would have to combo off Pilaf and Zeno. Or we can bite the bullet, do the Gallic Gun, but then we lock ourselves out from Zeno. I think we have to Zeno. I'm sad about it, but I think this is the only play. Now, before I Zeno, I am going to swing at his board. Normally you would want to Zeno swing at his face, but I'm a little worried about giving him cards, because he could still try to all-in me next turn. Well, he'd be at 20 after I Zeno. And this way it's one resource he doesn't get back to the bottom. Well, normally I would prefer to Zeno and then swing at him, but we're just too gassed for that hand size, is what I'm saying, Rasul. Normally I would prefer to Zeno and actually pressure cards out of his hand. But we are so gassed that I don't think that's a viable option. We can only get to 40 here. Another Kefla. Oh my goodness. Yeah, he just wants to set up for the Ribrianne kill, likely. Because he can glimpse this, still play Ribrianne, still glimpse her. Well, that forces everything. He doesn't kill us this turn, but next turn we lose, in my mind. I don't know how we get out of this position. Well, now that we're gassed, he actually can win anyway with the Roshi. Because he can just glimpse the Roshi for one, still cheat out Ribrianne, do the double, we lose. Brutal. Yep. He just gets it. Off one drops. That's heartbreaking. Man. Big sad. Yep. He didn't even glimpse the Roshi, just saved it for her, which guarantees a super combo can't get over it. Tier 0 list, everybody. Brutal. I know, right, Versul? Like, we board cleared twice, and it wasn't even close to mattering. And we're a deck built to fight into this. We beat most Topgoose we fight. Yep. Oof. Another loss and we're out of plat. Okay, Schmacky, what are we doing? Tell me. I'm actually a little tilted after that one. That was brutal. That man absolutely rolled us. Yeah, that was a pretty good high roll. I mean, a lot of things went wrong for us, for sure. So we kind of low rolled and he kind of high rolled, but... Okay. That's fair. We can do a Ginyu. Do you want me to do it now, or do you want me to do the Trunks first? We'll get to the replay after. We have to do a game for Schmacky's thing since he beat you on that one, Inferno. But then we will take a break. See, the thing is, a lot of the times we do get there, because if we have a Zamasu to get rid of the early Roshi, we have a Sickle to help clear second Roshi, and then we just slow out the game. Okay, we'll go off your thing, Schmacky. We'll do a Trunks, and then a Ginyu for you. Yep. Oof. That's brutal. Like, we didn't really find the early parts. What up, Cal? We've done, okay, sure thing, Schmacky. We'll do this Trunks, we'll do Inferno's replay, then we'll go to Ginyu. And we got another Topku, which is fine. See, the thing is, for me, I don't mind losing. Bricking doesn't feel good. We need to change this hand, because that hand is a brick. See, and this hand is great. This hand has a lot of control pieces. Charge this away, play Zamasu. I actually love the Piccolo in this deck. If you can get to 6 energy, you can essentially spam Piccolo Sickle every turn, which is absolutely busted. Yeah, I get bored if a deck doesn't have any depth, and legitimately, a lot of what they do feels like it has no depth. I mean, don't get me wrong, there are choices to be made. It's the same line on repeat because it's so effective. Yeah, we'll eat this one. It's between the Gotenks and the 5-drop. Gotenks gives us some value. 5-drop helps us fight off Ford. Yeah. I'm a fan of doing this. Swinging here. Combo this in. We only have one Vegito 3. So, I currently only run the one of. Once I get more of it, I will be putting more of him in here. It is an anti-green card. It's also anti-blue. It's so good into Goku Black. Sure, we'll trade off the peel-off to get this back. More card draw. A little less combo, but more card draw. In the red matchup, you just charge off the Absolute Lightnings because they are terrible into red, but they are our best option into a lot of other things. Fine with eating this. The reason I run the Lightnings is specifically not so much for green, because we don't see a ton of green, but we do see a ton of blue, and this is so good with Goku Black. Then I don't have to Zeno a Goku Black board, I can just Absolute Lightning a Goku Black board and continue fighting off the other bodies. I just run a spicy 2 of. That way I can charge one, use one, and then Piccolo loop it. Same with Sickle. Interesting, he's running strong Warriors of U6. Okay. Must have whiffed his search to a degree to pick that. Interesting. We're definitely going to charge this away. We could just sickle this board. I'm not too worried by it. I mean, we could essentially get a card draw off Kid Trunks use that to pressure him to eat probably the basil with a hit, then go into the 2-drop, force him to combo. No, you're good, Cal. That's an interesting idea, Schmacky. I'll tell you, I've heard the Topku mirror is miserable. He probably will just Kefla into Gohan and awaken anyway next turn if I do my sickle here. I think this is the play. Yep, that's fine. Sure thing. He gets to awaken, which we kind of expected was happening. We didn't have anything to stop that outside of just sickling, but even if we sickle, it's Kefla into Gohan into awaken anyway. He didn't charge. Nope, he did not charge. He skipped charging. Interesting. The thing is, they still want to do, like... Building up to 4 and 5 still gives them the ability to do all the glimpses and other things. Oh, I'm certain they can win off 3. I'm certain this guy could even do it if things played out properly. I love that both Absolute Lightnings have shown up already. Love that. Sure. Hey, yo, let's go. We're awakened, and the game officially is on. Combo U. Charge this off. We're on 5. We're definitely going to sickle. These 2 away. So we have a couple different ways to play this. We could either Trunks just to get a card draw, or we could Pilaf to get Pilaf. I think we're going to Pilaf. Get Pilaf. Combo Pilaf. And since he was so set on not charging, let's put that back in his hand if he wants to cheat things. Now he charged. Combo you off. We're unlikely to set you down. It's too easily countered by Gohan. Okay. Oh, we run, I think, a 3 of or 4 of in the list. My deck loves to do this. It loves to just never show me 1 or 2 pieces, and we get like 8 copies of 1 card rather than a good mix. We will charge you. We clear this board for sure. I am gonna swing at him. We're gonna start trying to pressure things out of his hand. Pass it over. Interesting, Beerus. Okay. That is a bit of a pain in a way, just because we don't have a super combo. Ugh, eating the crit here sucks. In order to avoid it, we would have to eat Pilaf and Zamasu. Not happy about it, but I think it's the thing. We can Zeno, we could Vegito. I'd rather save the Zeno. There is an argument we could Goku Black. He gives us a lot of cards back. Could avoid this with Vegito. If we're gonna Goku Black, I don't mind burning off Vegito to avoid this. Problem is, we go Goku Black, we swing at Beerus. He's gonna combo to save Beerus. Goku Black likely gives us our 4-drop Zamasu, who at best swings at him and gives us a card draw. That does not seem worth it right now. That seems like a losing play, so we're gonna eat the hit, and we're gonna charge Goku Black. Swing here. Goku Black was an option now that we had the super. Problem being that I think it still feels slow, especially with him sitting on a Beerus that can just swing again next turn. He's going to 1, so he's planning next turn to be the last turn. That will force at least a card out of the hand. Likely he has a pretty full hand. Obviously, he has to save his trick for Ribrianne. That eats up 1 energy. So we're just not allowed to be hit by anything else, which is easier said than done, obviously. Problem is he could Kefla. Kefla would drop an extra body. And he'd still have the energy to Ribrianne. And we're just cooked. And the thing is, he doesn't even really need Kefla. He could just drop any body, combo into it aggressively. We'll have to combo Zeno. It probably won't be enough. Eat it. And then we just lose. Glimpsing it, probably? Gross. Yeah, absolutely, Cal. I'm sad because it's back-to-back losses. I actually normally beat Top Kuzo Trunks, but this has been brutal. Nothing we can do to stop it. And he's got the exact energy to still Ribrianne with a glimpse. Oh hey, there's the Gallic. But it's not going to be close. Not with that number of cards in hand. Top Ku runs too many zeros. Yep. Yeah, that's why he's the tier 0, right? If he sees the better hand, generally he just wins. Gallic at best is 35, so he at best can add 45, so he'd be 65, and he's 105. It's not even worth seeing. Thing is, on the turn we Zeno'd, if we'd had Sickles, would there have been a better line? Maybe. Like, that's the thing, right? You basically have to see really, really good options, and he just has to see, like, okay stuff, and he'll pretty much win. That's why he's the tier 0. It sucks. But it happens. Brutal. Well, we're back to gold, which is sad, because we were darn near plat 4. Let's pull up the list. So this is what I'm rocking with. Since I don't have a ton of Vegetos, I just run the one that I have and make it work. If I had more Vegeto, I would take out the Trunks. It'd be another Vegeto. I would probably cut back on... maybe the 2-drops? Maybe a Gotenks? It's close. It's hard to say. Yep, big sad, especially since we were darn near plat 4. We lost 3 mirrors of Beerus in a row, and then lost 2 Trunks into Top Ku in a row. So we're on a 5-game loss streak, which sucks. But it's life. Yeah, that's fair, Bardock. No pressure, my guy. We're close to a 10 pull also, so, like, we're getting there. So, the interesting thing is... the Awakening to Rose. So, the interesting thing with Awakening to Rose... like, let me pull this up real quick. Hey, that's awesome, Bardock. That's very cool. The biggest issue I have with a lot of the extras in blue is in the current meta, it's very hard to find the time to do that. It can bounce and give you some card draw. The problem is it's 3 and it's just putting them in their hand. In the Top Ku matchup, I think that feels kind of bad. In other matchups, it would probably work pretty well. Since, again, at best, you're bouncing a little bit, but 3 energy to just bounce doesn't feel as good. Schmacky. I mean, it might. That Ginyu deck rolls when it works. Yes, we'll be watching replays later today, Asu. We do have one Inferno one that he redeemed points for. Yeah, pretty much all decks right now are being steamrolled by red, which is why it's the tier 0. But it is what it is. Inferno, is there a specific replay you wanted me to do, or did you just want me to do any replay you've posted? And we owe Schmacky a Ginyu game or two, which we will do after that replay. See, the thing is, usually after I Zeno, depending on where the opponent is, I either like trying to loop Piccolo, loop Pilaf, or go Goku Black. Yeah, I can see that. I can see where it's good in the late game. The problem is, you can already, with Trunks, do like Pilaf to something, pick up a Pilaf with your bounce, and then still reload a bit. I definitely think it's a neat card. I just think if it was a slower meta, I would run it without question. I think given the current meta, and the fact that, especially in Topku, you need to be fast, and that's just a slow card, it would feel pretty bad. Supposedly, they're not redoing any keywords or changing the text on anything. They're just going to be limiting and restricting, which will be interesting. Inferno, are you there, buddy? Because we were going to do your replay, but I don't want to do that if you're not around. Okay. Did you want me to do a random replay from your posts, or did you have a specific one? Yeah, originally people were suspecting they were going to do some specific targeted like verbiage changes to balance it, but it's a fact that they are coming out with just restrictions and bans. So instead of changing how anything works, it is all just going to be limiting how much of it you see. So in a way, everything will still work how it does currently, except for you're probably just going to be hoping they don't see it now. And when they see it, you just get high rolled and blown away. The thing is, if they limit Kefla to like 2 a deck, you have a much better chance of not just getting rolled by Kefla. I mean, shoot, I have a 4 of Sickle, and look, in that last game, we saw 2 by the end, and the last one came from our life hit. Here we go. This is an Inferno one, and this is a new theme deck. Give it the good old thumbs up. See, I think it'd be good if some effects had hard once per turns or other hard limits on them. The thing is with Topku, he is beatable, right? His entire strategy you can read into, and you can play a deck built to counter him. The problem is, in building to counter him, you become worse into other greedier decks. And those greedy decks are already bad into Topku, so they just accept, like, yo, if I see Topku, I lose. But if I see something built to beat Topku, those are the games I'll win. And it creates this really weird meta. Because you still have, like, greedy Gohan and greedy Broly roaming around. But then you also have, like, Tank Broly. A part of me is tempted to give some more love to Vegeta and give Vegeta another try for funsies. It's been a minute since we've given Vegeta much love. Yeah, pretty much. Everyone will still be running their Basil, hoping to dig for Keflas. I get the feeling what we're gonna see for bans and I don't know if we're going to see any card outright banned. I don't think there's any card in the game that they need to say can't exist. I think they're calling it a ban and restriction list because they want to keep the door open to ban later. I'm hoping they do not ban. I do hope they restrict. I mean, that's true, Cal. I'm not the biggest fans of restrictions either. I'd much rather they change wording to balance things. But since they're not going that route, it's automatically going to bans and restrictions, and I'd rather they restrict rather than ban. What up, Hippo? You know, it's not even Beerus I'm worried about as far as Kefla. I think he'd still be very playable with 2 Keflas in a list, or even 3. I think the thing that could absolutely kill Beerus, which is something I have heard people spouting, which I don't think it's wrong in thought, in theory, is banning or heavily restricting Roshi 1-drop. And I think doing that would heavily limit Red's ability to self-awaken, which would help against Topku, obviously. That would shift a lot of the meta, because immediately a lot of decks would just be like, well, I no longer need to counter 1-drops, and that's immediately a 4-up change in a lot of lists. But if that were to happen, I think Beerus himself would struggle to awaken as a crit lead in certain matchups, and that would heavily limit his ability to be playable. Also, what up, Hippo? How you doing? Yeah, Basil is a problem, for sure. Like, legitimately, the entire package they made is cracked. They really didn't give it a weakness, right? The whole gimmick is a lot of their things is they're meant to help you find more, they're meant to help you get more, help you control stats, all while pressuring the opponent. And normally, in my mind, the way you would balance that is by making it drain its own hand kind of quickly, but the problem is almost all of it draws. So they don't go low on cards, they have very few 0 combo, so they are loaded with combo. They can consistently Ribrianne you with a Glimpse. Glimpse gives you extra value. Roshi makes Glimpse cheap. Gohan kills things. Like, I do feel that way, Drafon, yes. I feel the entire package of Red right now, specifically for Topku, is all very heavily synergistic and very strong. It's very cohesive. And that's what's kind of made the meta what it is. That's fair, Hippo. Well, I'm glad you're here lurking. We're gonna probably be doing some bets here in a moment, so I know you're a big fan of betting, so be ready with your channel points there. I think the Topku package would have been a fine thing given another set or two to give the other colors more options. I think blue still has options in it and is your best counter color, but even it being the best, if the Topku high rolls, you still kind of lose. That's why most pro players say, if we're going to a big tournament, I'm going to run Topku. And that's coming from players who play a lot of non-Topku, because they know how consistent Topku is if they just see the right answers. And if you're looking just to win, why wouldn't you? I mean, that's true, Versul, right? But I was gonna say, the fact that you generally are just getting rolled before you get the arena down. That I totally agree with that, Drifon. I think they gave it too many good cards in the current set, and now it's hard to bring it back in line, right? Because either you have to errata a bunch of cards to bring the deck's power level down to where it's even with other tier 1s, which allows tier 1s and tier 2s and 3s to all coexist happily, like a meta should be. Or you do what they're doing, which is the ban errata, and depending on how you do that, you could, like, no matter what they do, even if they did word changing, they could potentially just smash the deck out of the game. I hope they don't do that. Awesome, Hippo, I like it. I'd love for us to play another. I want to see it. Exactly, Cal, that's the thing, right? It's not that top Q can't be beat, because you can beat a top Q. It's the consistency at which it happens. I gotta say, the earlier, like, Vegeta dumping everything into your board there, Inferno, was hilarious, because it got nothing for doing all of that. Awesome, thank you, Hippo. I look forward to it. You know, I'm not entirely certain. He seems to just want to smack face as fast and hard as possible. He's playing the list very aggressively. My best guess here is he just thinks it's over because of the double striker. Which, because of how he played that, and he kept very little open, it likely was. Because if you think about it, right, his hand is double super combo. He locked himself out of a Gallic gun. So it's 20, 40, 55. So he can go to 75. Yeah, double striker glimpse is absolute death. He should have kept Gallic up, yeah. I think he was just full sending at that point, giving up. Well done, Inferno. Very smooth. Very similar to your other lists, just running the Beerus, obviously. Okay, here we go with Ginyu. To make this fun, we will put up a bet. Is Ginyu going to win? This is a 50-50 list. It legitimately has a 50-50 win rate. So, keep that in mind while you bet. Into Beerus. Ugh. Man, today is a Beerus day, and Beerus is a terrible matchup for this list. Sure. We'll keep. We get the coin, which is nice. We have the counter to the Roshi play. Which is honestly the main reason I kept this hand. See, that's today, Hippo. We fought, this will be the 4th Beerus. We fought 5 red decks. 6, actually, sorry. 4 Beerus and 2 Topku. That's all we fought today. Which, again, red is the meta color right now, so not surprising. It's unfortunate. Ooh, potential big payout for Believers, assuming we pull this out. I wouldn't hold your breath, though. Got the Kefla. And the Gohan. We now know what his turn 4 play is exactly. And we really don't have many Ginyu members in our hand. I mean, I could just set down the Bulma. I get the feeling the Bulma's gonna just get cleared, but... Because he could have hard dropped the Gohan and swing at me, get his own life pickup, kill off the Bulma. That's what I think he'll do. What up, Kage? Ooh, that sucks, Kage. Charge a Ginyu. So, this is the awkward thing, right? Beerus isn't swinging at us. We're literally just sitting on 8 life. And we're not swinging into Beerus. So, this is becoming a very, very slow game. Ooh. Love it, Hippo. Like, yeah, we could Recoome, get a life pickup, cheat out the Ginyu, get 2 energy back, still be on 3. We really don't have anything to do with it. I don't get why the Beerus isn't punching us. We have essentially 2 life pickup if we do it right, because we could get the Recoome to give us the Bulma. But us not swinging on him means he's not awakening right now. Problem is he's going to start chipping away at our board. I guess we'll do this. We're going to do Recoome. We're going to add our life. We're going to cheat out the Ginyu. Ginyu's going to give us 2 energy back. We're going to go Bulma. Into Sorbet. Recoome's going to swing here because he has to get our full trigger. Yes, we'll add the life. We're going to turn the Kato into rest mode. Yeah, we're giving Beerus a life. We've already picked up more than that. We're going to swing in here. Comboing in this to make this a threat. We're going to swing in here to try and clear it. I'm fine with doing this to get the cards. We'll burn the coin, but we're going to reload our hand. Let's see if he wants to go card for card. Okay. I think that made the most out of the hand. It was a little jank, but it was our best shot. Obviously the Kato surviving is annoying, but because now he can Beerus swing, Kato swing, Gohan trigger, and Kefla, and we lose a lot of board. But it is what it is. Here goes Sorbet. Oh no, he goes for the committed Bulma. Interesting. Yep, Kefla, makes sense. Into Gohan. Gohan will likely swing to clear the Frieza, kill off the Sorbet with the trigger effect, pick up the life, and our board is clear. Combo this in to clear it. Yeah, I know, right, Kage? They really needed to give him something better. I still think it's really weird how afraid the Beerus seems to be of awakening me. It's not like he auto-wins a long game. If anything, I would argue yellow has the advantage in the long. Hard drops that to self-awaken. Okay. Yeah, it feels bad, right, Kage? That card came out just a whole set too late, and it doesn't feel good. No point in saving this. We'd have to burn away our whole hand to save it from one swing, let alone all of them. Yeah, we'll just sit on it. Sure. It's just gonna get killed, but we're just kind of sitting here waiting on him to awaken us at this point. We'll at least pressure cards out of his hand. Minus 15, he could drop it down to stats that he can blow up in a million different ways. Eventually, he's going to have to push. And when he does, we'll get cards, and we'll see where the game goes. Three-drop Goku, maybe? No, just swinging into it, that's fine. Potentially, he could be waiting to crit me. No, it looks like he might be setting up the double. No, he's literally just setting up a board we're not allowed to play into. Charge off Bulma. Swing here. Yeah, he's just trying to set up a one-turn kill. Thing is, we literally have nothing to do, right? What do? We set up the Ginyu Force and just start punching at him. He's just going to combo, board clear us, and then we have no hand, and we lose. So, we're best off just sitting on it. This is a really weird game. I don't know why he's extending the game so much. Had he just been swinging this whole time, the game would have been probably over by now. Oh, I hear my cat scratching at the door. 1 second. Okay, there we go. Well, we can't really flip over. We're probably honestly dead this turn. It is a one-turn kill, likely. Burn off this. Honestly, I think we're dead no matter what. I don't see a world where we get to kill him here, and we are so far... And now he's 25, so even just going full Ginyu squad is not enough. I'm just surrendering. There's nothing. We have nothing. This game is beyond over. Yeah. He played it well. He burned us to 3 finally, so we could play the game. He did kind of what you normally do to a crit lead to us, and we're not a crit lead. We just didn't have early pressure. Because he was smart. He never swung at us. He just kind of sat on everything and was content. Played very well. Brutal. We'll give it one more go with Ginyu. That was a sad game. Normally with Beerus, if they at least like play the early, we get to continue to play the game. We'll do another bet on round 2. Will we win? Oh yeah, that was a bit ago, Kage. That was Inferno who did it, so it'll be up in a bit. Well, no one's even bet on this, and we got a free surrender victory from Cell. Nans had to use the restroom? I don't know. Yeah, no mistakes by either player. I mean, Schmacky, you were technically right. We did win. We'll make the bet for this next one, because otherwise it's just taking away points from people. So the bet will apply to this game, because that wasn't actually played. It was just an immediate surrender. I don't know. Maybe the Cell has, you know, the runs, and so it had to happen. Sure. This hand is odd. It is U7. Let's charge off this, go into you. Sad there on coin, because that makes a big difference in some ways. Pass it over. We have the setup to get a Ginyu, we just need to draw a Ginyu. Cool, we can clear that. Go into our 2-drop. Swing in. Take the life, rest down the Roshi. We're drawing Ginyus, but not the Ginyu we want. Although he is certainly a Ginyu. Okay, we're gonna call that our turn. Assuming our Frieza sticks to the board, we can Raccoon into Ginyu. And we don't, I guess Bulma would be the follow-up there. We'll get Awakened, we'll flip over. Avoid the crit because we're self-awakening anyway. What up, Asu? It's because Schmacky redeemed points for me to do it. And honestly, it's a fun deck. I do have fun with it. Let's charge you. We're definitely doing Raccoon. Adding the life. Turboing out the Ginyu. Ginyu brings these up. Let's set Bulma for free, essentially. Gonna swing to clear this. Take the life, draw a card. We will flip to get an energy back. Because it's a 15k body that only has 10k combo, it's only good for if you need to hit into a 25 body. So it's actually kind of a weak card. It's mostly in here for more Ginyu bodies and good combo. Swing here. Swing here. He's awakened. Swing here. I'm a fan of drawing more. Getting the Jace down. And Jace asking for more. I think this U7's cooked at this point, depending on what he does, right? So long as we can keep our board up, next turn is going to be wacky. Go for it. Yeah, this is a solid amount of attacks that he's gonna have to deal with. Gohan and Whis. I mean, don't get me wrong, that would certainly be annoying. So is 17. Okay, we're gonna charge the Bulma. We need to swing here, trigger this. Don't add that, but do rest that down. Combo this in so it's still a threat. It is kind of wild, Kage. I will give you that. We're then going to play Ginyu for free. Swing Ginyu here. Bonds of the Ginyu squad. Go Power Rangers. The fact he let that go is absolutely absurd. Go for it. He should have comboed everything he could to save that. That was a wild choice. Just be like, yeah, sure, you can have it. Why do you think that, Kage? I'd love to hear it. Boom and boom. Sure. I mean, don't get me wrong. He can Beerus us next turn, blow away our whole board. We have two great options for if he goes into that. We just need this board to drain his hand. That's it. I mean, that's true, but we would have had to spend a card on every swing. We would have gassed so fast. Yeah, Beerus plays huge here, but that means he's getting one body. That we will then freeze down and then pressure with. Sure. I don't see how he does 4 damage here on 5, because he needs a double striker. Maybe go Roshi? Or like a 1-drop that could punch and then double striker in if it's like a Ribrianne. The only way the board could have been better is if we were able to set up a Vegeta to protect it from stuff, but we weren't. First off, we're gonna swing. I do believe we are likely winning here. Jason. Jason. I was gonna say, if this didn't kill, we just use our effect, ditch 2 cards, swing with combo. Hooey. Ginyu can do some wacky things, which is really fun. And wins when it really shouldn't. It's a greedy list, too. We don't even run super combos. It just randomly rolls people. So that feels good. Awesome. Yep. Technically, it has a higher win rate than loss rate now. No, not necessarily, Kage. Well, 1, he didn't have the energy because he had to Beerus, but 2, even if he did, the -5, we would have swung and swung. He could have given the minus. We would have been able to combo in, re-ready, and then, well, maybe. It'd have been close, but he would have needed an energy he didn't have. You know what? That was fun. We'll do one more. Why not? It's a silly list, and we're going into our promos again. Whew. Can't quit until we lose? Well, we technically lost the first one. Why? So many Beerus today. Holy. And anytime we play something that's good into Beerus, we don't see Beerus. We see other garbage. Sure. I don't love the hand, but we can make it work. We're on coin, so that's a good thing. Let's charge off bonds. I think we will just set the Bulma and pass. I don't actually know about that, Kage. I think being a card down and not having the coin to cheat up might actually hold him back a bit. We're gonna go Vegeta, add a life, get our Frieza, who's gonna rest this down. Vegeta's gonna swing in, trigger our skill, add a life, and draw a card. And since we did kind of bottom out our own life pool, we will swing on Beerus, because we do need to make this game quick. It's not like he's going to self-awaken from 6, unless he has a 1 and a 2 drop to pick up life, at which point, well, he's just better. And if he doesn't clear the Frieza here, we can Recoome into Ginyu, getting a card draw and, well, double card draw or Jace. Either way, refreshing our hand a bunch. Probably refreshing our hand a bunch just because we need combo to keep the Vegeta up. Right now, unless he gets the 3-drop, well, 3-drop can't KO it, so... Yeah, no, there's, like, very little he can do that outright kills it, other than just an attack swing, which his best swing would probably be a Gohan. Dropping the stats by 15. Yeah, he can have Bulma. It is spooky, though, if you leave up that Vegeta. That KO resistance can make a Ginyu board really annoying. He can KO that, though. And that is sad. Because that makes our turn a lot wonkier. It's not that bad, that's true, but it is still at least resistance and does change the way you play. Awkward, right? Very, very awkward. charge. Let's swing and get our card draw. Awesome. Love that. I don't love this play, but I don't see a different option. Add the life, get out the Jace. Get our flip on. Morning, Britters. Pop this to get some card draw, because our hand is just full of bricks. And pressure into Beerus. Morning! Odd that he just ate that. There's no way he doesn't have combo in hand. Yo. Okay, that's making the most out of what we had. It'll have to do. I doubt it's all gonna do all that well this next turn. Considering he could Kefla into Gohan, Gohan's negative 15 outright kills Jace. Frieza will, not Frieza, Beerus will give minus 10. Then Kefla can swing, take a body, and at that point, our whole board's gone. Yeah, we don't have anything to do here. Oh no, Schmacky. I bet you're so tired, my guy. That sucks. This one I will save. We'll see what he does. A Kefla into a Gohan is absolutely brutal. He'll get our board cleared, and our best bet is to just go with the 4-drop at that point, which will likely just get answered, and then we are out of the game. Mafuba. Okay. Frost. Okay. It's really weird to see someone playing Frost nowadays, but I accept it. Let's get our card draw. I'll get down the free Ginyu, although it's big sad that it can't really play the game. Mostly because we need to just refill our hand. I did not mess with anyone's sleep. I actually slept really well. This hand is obviously so much better than the previous one, which is great. We don't have a way to deal with the Frost, so all of our pieces on board are essentially just combo cards he can mess with, which is fine. We have a way to make the board semi-active next turn if we want. Oof, yeah, Schmacky. The second you stop moving and sit still, it's all gonna hit you, and you're just gonna be like, ugh. And tired is going to be, like, overwhelming. Well, that's one play. That definitely solves the problem, I suppose. He likely won't swing with Frost, because he's afraid of all the Ginyu squad swarming him. Which is fine, we'll just go into control with our 4-drops. Before I set myself on any path, we will swing here. Cool. Sadly, the 4-drop is easily answered by a lot of what Beerus does, but it's our best bet to play anything into this match now. Freeze this down. Swing in. Not selected. That's fair, Schmacky. I totally understand that. He ate off the Frost to avoid that, so his hand is likely pretty gassed of combo. We can now establish more Ginyu squad and start pressuring more. I'm down with that. Just enough to... I find if I take a 30-minute nap, I'm more tired than if I just stayed awake. I'll eat this. I'm fine. "10 hours is not a nap, Kake." I never sleep 10 hours. I have to be exhausted to sleep 10 hours. Okay, that's fine. Oh, goes for the 1-drop. Interesting. Darn. Yo, let's go. That's a great card to pull there. Let's... we do need to charge something. Bonds of the Ginyu Force? Yeah. I'm very set on going into my 4-drop, but before I do that, I will swing at him to see what he does. Okay. We're gonna go 4-drop, freeze, 1-drop, draw, 1-drop, swing, freeze, pop this, say no to that, draw a card, and catch. His whole board is frozen down. He could try going for a double striker. We actually do have combo in hand. We got a super out of his hand, so he's down to just the 1 card. And we pass it over. The top deck of the 4-drop mattered a ton there. Granted, we got the golden after the swing too, which would have worked just as well, but... I do think Beerus is likely dead next turn. There's no saving the Bulma, but that's fine. She gave us a card and stole an attack swing. So that's a very effective use of that card. Kefla. Ugh, the fact these give him card draws is going to be a problem, though. We can't afford to save that. I wouldn't blame him for not swinging with the 3-drop here. It is kind of spooky to do that. Depending on what's all in his hand. Okay, do I gain a lot from charging here? I don't think so. Actually, yes, charge 1. Swing here to see how he does. Four drop. Freeze. Keep pressure high. Swing here. Freeze here. Jace into free Ginyu. Jace comboing. Ginyu comboing. Pass it over. Combo. It would be very hard for him to do the double striker since he attacked here. The double striker could at most deal 2. He doesn't have the way to deal the 3rd. Mans has all the Mafuba. Swing here, get our card draw. He's likely going to eat the 2-drop. You'd be surprised, this thing does a lot of work. He needs a card that can combo over this. Doesn't have it. Swing. Freeze. Pop. Add a life. Draw a card. Oh, list of his. Oh yeah, no, his list is really odd with the Fuwas and Whis 1-drop. That's the passive single one. Like, he's got a list that's way more like set 1. Likely the player just is free to play and hasn't pulled much set 2 yet. But hey, we did it! We beat Abeerus, which is crazy. I mean, Ginyu hasn't lost yet. Let's keep it rocking. Why not? We'll go till we lose. At first, when I read your message, Kage, I read it as you saying you didn't like our list, and I was like, I mean, we're doing the best we can. It surprisingly works. Yeah, no, his list was odd. I'm almost certain he was sitting on the double striker, which is a 0, and he was just looking for a world to go to it, but he knew with what I had for a hand, he couldn't just go for it. Sell. It's not that you need to use it, Lunty. It's that it's an option you can always go to. That makes it strong. Change this hand. This is arguably better, but it's a hard point to argue. Charge this. Go Sorbet. End the turn. Cry if he plays a Kami and just blows it up. Okay, Gohans. He charged away a Cell 8-drop. Interesting. Maybe he has 2 in hand? Hey, we got our 2-drop. That's awesome. This is kind of hard. What do we want to charge here? Probably a burger. Go here. Add the life, rest that down. Clear the cantrip. Keep pressure high. This is a interesting situation. Since going into 3, we can cheat Raccoon, play Raccoon, cheat Ginyu, get the 2 energy back, so we're still on 2. Potentially go for like really big card value, go for just another body, also card value. I figured that would be a swing, which is fine. He's charged off double 0s so far. has a D strength. Can't play it now. Has to wait till next turn. Can I get enough life pickup to potentially drop the 3-drop also? Let's see. We get a life pickup here, we get a life pickup here, so we instantly transform. So we can get all 3 energy back after playing this, to then go into Vegeta to get a... Oh yeah, we're doing it. Absolutely. What's the charge? Probably a sorbet? Yeah. Okay, so first swing is here. Adding a life, resting down the 1-drop. You're not allowed to use it. Forced a meteor out of him, okay? Now we go Raccoon, who adds the life, cheats the Ginyu. Ginyu gives us the energy back. We can now flip, getting the other energy back. So it's like we haven't used any energy yet. We can then get 3-drop Vegeta. Who will turbo out the Bulma. Punch it, Cell. Punch it, Cell. Punch it, Cell. Punch. Don't add the life. Draw me a card, please. The only way this could get nastier for him is if we draw another Ginyu, because then next turn we could actually Raccoon into a Ginyu, full board swing, and then get Ginyu's effect trigger to reboard swing, essentially. Cell deserves it. Kage, you know it. I know it. We all know it. I hope you have a good lunch, Britter. Thank you for stopping in. He charged off an arena, so he might have his hand flooded with those as well. He gives up. Wow, the demoralization victory. I mean, to be fair, we were just going to full board swing again. Whatever swing he did, we were going to combo over. Unless he had a body to drop to start fighting, we would have been keeping hand advantage the entire time. And the Vegeta gives us protection from when he kinda can finally play androids or Cell. So they're not actually getting body blow-ups, they're just at best big bodies that can swing once, which is not what you want. Schmacky's over here just losing his mind. Apparently Ginyu was the call for today. Even I'm a little shocked by it. I mean, we said we'd keep it up until it lost. It hasn't lost. It's on like a 4-game win streak. This deck is so greedy. That's the thing, right? And there are lines where you can definitely brick. I mean, we already did Kage. That was our first game into the 1 Beerus, and he just absolutely wrecked us, like, in a demoralizing fashion. To the point that I almost wanted to swap. into blue is spooky, especially Trunks. He can debuild a lot of what we want to do. Hey, Alfalfa Bits, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Okay. There's no world we need 3 Raccoon in this hand. Literally not a thing. I don't see a point to playing our 1-drop because it's just going to get bottom decked. So for now, we just have to pass. Sad he gets the coin. That's a big deal here. 1, we can cheat a lot with the coin to get turbo aggro going. And 2, it gives him the ability to cheat some more control quicker, which is going to make our life a lot harder. Honestly, charge Bulma, swing here. PFP? What's PFP? I appreciate that, Alfalfa Bits. Thank you so much. I like to think I keep it semi-entertaining. For a card game, anyway. Not gonna lie, I can see 2 different lines. Line 2 is Jace to board, right? That's punished very painfully by Sickle. Going Ginyu is heavily punished by him just skipping to Vegito. So no matter which way we go, it's a very punishable setup. I think he's unlikely to Vegito a Ginyu 2-drop just on board. So we're gonna go for that. Fair. Yep, he Vegetos it anyway. No matter which direction we went, he had the control option likely. I mean, even if we went Jace, it could have been just double Zamasu, and we just would have been like, well, that sucks. We do need to be careful, because he could actually turn this on a dime into an aggro game very, very quickly. Well, charge this. Swing here. We're drawing, like, all duplicates, right? We've seen all 3 of these, you've seen 2 of these, 2 of these, 3 of these. We're seeing 0 variety in our list right now, and it's actually killing me. I think this game is almost over. If he has like a Sickle and a... Well, yeah, I think Sickle would be more annoying. What's Hearts? Kage. I think we need to avoid the Trunks swing, since he's likely gonna push and awaken. Oh, Kingdom Hearts. Wonderful game. I've only played the first two and a bunch of the handhelds, which I forget the names of all the handheld ones. I've not played Kingdom Hearts 3. Awkward. We're gonna have to burn off so many cards to avoid this. Or we just go to 3. You know what? Let's just go to 3. I hate it, but I don't see another. Wow. Ugh. We're just getting absolutely flooded with the same, like, 4 cards. Charge Raccoon. It brings up a question, right? We could certainly go into our 4-drop to freeze down the board. I actually do think that's the play. Flip, get an energy back. Ooh. Okay, I get it. So it's a compilation of all the stuff. I've played most of the handheld games, and the few I didn't, I did look up the story of. So I do have an idea of the overall story, but my goodness. I think just the sheer number of various different sources you have to track to enjoy it is absolutely bonkers. Go Bulma so we can swing and pop her effect to get a card draw. Turn end. I didn't even know Epic had exclusivity. The only thing for Kingdom Hearts, my roommate owns it for the PlayStation, so him and my partner have both played it. I haven't watched even. I need to play it at some point. No, it doesn't, Versul. I think this might be our first loss on Ginyu since our win streak. And he sickles me. Brutal. Okay. We have two different ways of going about this. We could either get Golden down, or we could turbo out a ton of Ginyu members. I think we gotta go Golden, because we need to do something about Vegito. Oh, that's very sweet of you, Unknown. Thank you. Turboing before 6 does sound good. I'm just spooked by that Vegito sitting there, because we're at 3 life. Legitimately, he could just drop a double striker and potentially cook us. Yeah, I guess we'll go wide. We can do Jace. Into Raccoon. Into Ginyu. Get these back. Pop this to get card draw. go Frieza. Go in. We got the Gallic gun out of him, okay. Go for it. Yeah, I get the feeling we've already lost this. We're in a good position getting out before he can Zeno, but the man has a large hand, likely has a lot of options to counter this forward. I mean, he just ate a Zamasu. His hand could easily just be Zamasu Sickle, and we lose everything, essentially. And we're still on 3 life. The ability for him to just go double striker and end it this turn is also decent. Don't get me wrong, we have a good hand size, but so does he. I'm sad to hear the game's not really vibing with you there, Kage. I mean, it happens. If you're not having a great time, don't play it for sure. We'll let him have the Jace with that, since he over-tuned it a bunch. This we will try to save. Charged away a Vegeta, which would also be, would have been and/or is a decent option into this board. Droids are so much fun. I honestly want to give Blue Vegeta some games today, or go to Droids because we haven't played it in a bit. And by a bit, I mean a few days. But Droids are probably my favorite deck at the moment. Whether or not they win, they are my favorite. Ooh, Unknown with a change deck. After this, you got it. Yep, and the Vegeto's gonna clear. Ooh-wee. Nothing we can do about this. His hand size is too big. He doesn't get to restand it. That's awesome. He's bouncing it. That's fine. It is worth a charge. We're gonna charge off a Raccoon. First things first, draw a card. We're gonna go Golden. And we're gonna go Sorbet. Ah, if we'd had this, we would have done that and kept Sorbet. Oh well. We're gonna swing. Freeze. Combo. Super Plus. Awesome. And we'll pass it over. Next turn, we'll try and Death Beam the 3-drop. Assuming he gets Golden in any way, we're in trouble. He charged away his Zeno. His hand is actually getting cooked. He tried restanding it, but it's not allowed to ready because of Golden. Which is really, really funny. Yeah, this is why I was sad about the 3-drop, right? Because now his 5-drop bottom decks are 5-drop, which shouldn't happen, but it does. What gets us back in this game? Maybe a 4-drop Goku, because it can keep the board frozen while we start fighting it back. We're kind of losing this just because that Vegito allowed the 5-drop to bottom deck us. Up until that moment, we were still very much in this. Yeah, 4-drop Goku. Yo, let's go. Charge off a Ginyu. Swing at Trunks. Turn end. Originally I charged, so that way I had the option to go into the Vegeta to get the other cards down, but I do think we just got to get that Vegito off the board. Yeah, you need 3 energy to use Ginyu's skill. And discard 2 cards from hand. How interesting. He sickled just our 4-drop. If we get another 4-drop, it's a good option. Golden's also a good option. Yep. Nor do I. It's sad because we're not making mistakes. The big thing that shifted momentum was us getting that Death Beam after playing Sorbet. If we'd gotten the Death Beam before, we could have answered the Vegito and forced him to play a much more inefficient turn, which is what we needed. Oh, I didn't mean to charge that. I'm an idiot. I'm getting tilted. Well, that just cost us. Because I was originally just going to play it, then go into here, get into this. Yeah, the game's over. I don't see an out in this situation. You know what? We're going to Hail Mary it. Let's go. Not what we wanted from that, but okay. The fact we didn't have a way to get the energy back from Ginyu is what's punishing us here. Oh, there was the one drop. We needed the Jace to set this off into this, to have energy. I think he knows it's over. He would have to have the deadest hand of hands for this to kill. Shoot. A 40 in? I mean, it's an attempt. It's super over. If in a world we got the Jace off the life pickup, we would have cheated it down, gotten Raccoon, cheated Ginyu. Ginyu gives us 2 energy back. So we would have had this exact board, but we would have had 3 energy. So we could have done the full swing, restand full swing, and maybe gotten there. Even that was a long shot, but that was our only hope at that point. Yeah, we tried. I'm not upset about it. I'm a little triggered at myself for charging the Ginyu. Definitely was wanting to play that there, because then we could have done that into Raccoon to guarantee the Ginyu. We wouldn't have been able to go Vegeta, but we still would have had Raccoon to get the life pickup. No, it's 2 cards, and we would have had them. Given that I charged the 1 card, we needed a 1-drop that had Frieza Army in its name. So Jace would have done it, a Sorbet would have done it, Frieza 1-drop would have done it, any of that stuff does it. But I knew we'd seen most of our Sorbets at this point. We'd seen 2 Jaces, so that was our 3rd Jace. I'm not upset. We actually should have gotten blown out by how Blue normally plays, and his early game was done well, but we tried. We gave it a good old attempt, but no regrets. It was a doubt it. Not that anyone voted on that one, really. We had 1 voter, and it was a believer. Okay, we have to swap lists, and I believe it was a droids that they wanted to see. Unknown, yes. So that means we're going to 17. I figure we'll do another game or 2, and that will wrap us up about noon, and then we'll just go into replays to end out the day. If we have any time after replays, we might do another game or 2. I will say, Ginyu still has a positive win rate, which is nutty. That deck is greedy as all heck, with plenty of weaknesses, but yet it still just gets there sometimes, you know? Into Topku. Okay. Where were the Topkus when we're playing Ginyu? Not that Ginyu wants that matchup, but... Change the hand. I'd like a Kami to counter Orochi, because we really don't have a Roshi counter in that hand. Still no counter, but we do got better ramp this time, so I'm fine with it. We get the coin. Here's to hoping he doesn't have the turn 1 Roshi, right? The fact we don't have our counter. And he didn't. Okay. Charge away the Junior. Go into the Goku. Topku the hero. Get out of here with your lies. Pass it over. Into a Whis. Interesting. That's true, Kage. You know, I don't know if he single-handedly did it. I think if they'd released all the cards they did, Red would still be top tier, even without Topku being as busted as he is with it. I still think Red, U7, Beerus, and all the other Reds will be able to still dance, even if Topku were taken away. Charge this. Pop this. Big sad to see that get stuffed in, but hey, it happens. Oof, the whiff. Heartbreaker. We'll pass it over. Hey, Kovir. What if it's holding? I mean, to be fair, I think if Topku wasn't as good as he is, green would be a very, very spooky color, right? Because they still have all their strong late game stuff. And blue does have Absolute Lightning and Zeno to counter it, but that doesn't create as much pressure as green does just by dropping boss monsters every turn. So cool. Interesting he didn't swing with it. Let's charge away this. We're gonna go into 4-drop Vegeta. Stuff that in. Use our skill. We'll say goodbye to crit. And say goodbye to his hit. At this point, I actually don't mind a single swing to start getting some card draw. We're actually at the late game, and he's still at 8 life, so I feel comfortable doing that and passing it over. I don't know if it would be a win into all other colors. I think yellow actually does a good job into green, which would help balance green out, but yellow loses pretty hard into blue and red. Blue and red are fairly equal outside of the Topku craziness. I think the meta would be surprisingly balanced. I think you could play almost anything color-wise and actually have a good time. The only decks I think that might be a bit too much would be potentially Cell. I think the person who would hurt the most in that meta would be Zamasu, actually. I think blue Zamasu would have a bad time. Yeah, I'm gonna avoid the crit. If I'm gonna eat a hit, it will be Kefla. This is fine. This Goku's playing it very slow, which is different. It's letting me get to my green boss monsters, which is spooky for him, but at the same time, honestly, I'm fine with charging Broly here. We're gonna get our flip on. We're officially awakened. Gonna try and kill the Kefla. You think? I don't know if Broly would trash Yellow so much. I think Yellow with Vegeta and the Gokus and everything could actually get there. It would be a very different Yellow list, for sure. Pop this. What do I want to discard? Sure. Get my 5-drop down. How badly do I want to start pressing into him? We'll definitely swing with Gohan, because that's the harder body to answer. We'll leave him at 5, though, because 5 doesn't feel that great. We'll do our card draw. And we'll end our turn. Use Gohan effect. Play our Android. And call it a day. Next turn, we could actually try to game him with the double strikers. Yeah, I'm aware of that. The problem I have with Broly is he still goes to 3 life, and they could lean in on like Goku's to lock out the board and double strikers. I think they could still get there into him. I'm not saying they would dominate him, but I think they would still have a, like, at least a 50-50. And yeah, I know you're talking about the 7-drop, because the 7-drop is actually really good for Broly. Okay. Take nothing. Combo this. Yeah, I'll avoid it. We're very close to getting to play Cell. We have another Cell in the deck. We already locked ourselves away from Broly. So the only other boss monster we really have is another Cell. It feels bad to charge away combo power and keep a 0 that we can't even play for another turn, so I am going to charge Cell for that reason. I legitimately think we have a shot at ending the game here, if we do this right. The spooky thing is he could definitely get a clapback on us if we go for it and fail. Because Vegeta knocks him to 4, theoretically, right? We can knock him to 3. Pressure a card, go into double striker swing, re-ready swing. But there's a lot of, like, coulds, shoulds, and woulds in that. So for that reason, I am going to still try to clear the board. Okay. Discard this. Restand myself. He's spooked because I think he realizes I could kill him. Which, honestly... swing into this. Okay, lets it go. He'll probably pop our 1, and that's fine. We're gonna set the draw. No, we can't. Not if we want to keep these. So we're gonna turn end. Drop our junior. Get that back. We have plenty of defense. If he goes to self-awaken, it's easy for us to kill him on the clapback. We don't need to rush. We're still sitting at 4. He's charged off 3 17s. Dude's had all of the attack buffers. He's also burned 2 Keflas already. Basil digging gets a Gohan, sure. Gohan can kill the junior and awaken him. I don't know why he's playing Whis. Whis doesn't really do a whole lot unless he wants to use Gohan to get Vegeta. Or maybe lower the 5-drop to the point he can attack into it. Probably debating if he wants to do the life pickup, which at this point I think would be foolish, since he already locked himself away from getting to do his ability. What up, Sloth? Vibe into the music. I'm telling you, man. Song's a bop. Well, we're just waiting. I'm assuming, like, he has 2 different ways to do it, right? He could drop the stats. Okay, so he dropped the stats of the Gohan. He wants it. And with him dropping it to 10, there's no way of saving him. So we let him go. This has been a really weird game into Topku. It like doesn't even feel like we're fighting Topku. He went to 25? Yeah, we'll go ahead and do this. It's worth it because now we have 3 different swings to potentially get the first touch or 2. I do think that is our charge. We will swing with Junior because it's strong enough to hit him. Which is absolutely silly. Okay. We will swing with Vegeta. Man's internet is not holding up well with all the reconnects. That or his computer's angry as all heck. So here's my thoughts, right? If we get him to 3 with either of these swings, we'll go lead in. If we get him to 2, our droids finish, right? It's like over. We don't have to do anything crazy here. We could even just swing here now, since he did defend all that. See if he wants to save his Gohan. He doesn't. I do think we just set down the droids at this point. Question is, do we awaken him? And I don't think so. We'll just leave him sit. Because he still has to self-awaken and attack in and deal 4 damage around 2 meteors. I'm fairly confident we survive his turn. And obviously with the double striker down, we've more than revealed our scheme. So now he also has to play cautiously, because if he does nothing, next turn we full pressure, he burns his hand defensively. If he plays to board, he needs to start killing bodies. This has been a very, very odd Topku. It does not feel like a Topku matchup at all. We have not seen a single of our 4-drop outside of the one that got stuffed into energy. That's actually kind of nutty. So there's 3 sitting in our bottom 24 cards. Yeah, he's been reconnecting a lot this game. He's been I don't know if it's his like internet cutting out or what's going on, but it's making the game take 20 years, I'll tell you that. I will say, he's been playing very smart. It's been a little odd because his early game was super passive, and normally they're a lot more aggressive. I actually think, given where the game went, he's playing really smart now. I don't know what his out is. Clearly, like, dude's at a McDonald's ordering breakfast or lunch and chilling on the Wi-Fi. A control Topku who could like cheat out bodies for cheap would be interesting. Obviously it would have to have a very different kind of deck list, but yeah, like he needed to be doing a whole lot more early. And I get the feeling his hand was kind of bricked. I mean, just look at his charges, right? 17 Beerus, 17 Kefla, 17. So my guess is he got like 1-drop Whis. He didn't really play anything impressive until he played like the hit and Khalifa. I'm tempted to relaunch my game because every now and then I do get a glitch where this kind of stuff happens. So I'm gonna just relaunch my own. just in case. It's an old bug that used to happen. I haven't seen it in a while, but I don't want to get bamboozled by it. Oh, hey, look! One of the bots is summoning Kiri to smack it. Nope, he actually was just reconnecting and thinking, so we just gotta wait. No bug. We're just chilling. Yeah, my best guess is his starting hand was probably Beerus, 17, potentially another 17, the Whis, and like a hit. And he was just like, man, what do I do with this hand? I don't like it. And he's been trying to figure out how to recover since. Free victory from him not reconnecting, so... Yep. Man's internet cost him the game. Not that I think he had a whole lot of options at that point, because if he plays the board and tries to kill me, he just opens the door to me killing him easier. If he plays the board and fights the board, as long as our board sticks, we win. Like, it was a lot of non-answers, essentially. Okay, we have time for potentially one more game. Let's go, droids. Cell. Okay, this is an actual, like, spooky matchup, because we can do it one of two ways. We can either play the extreme early stuff. I don't love this hand, but we are going to keep it. Oh yeah, we're back in Plat, Bardock. We did it almost completely with Ginyu Force, actually. We just rolled like 5 players in a row with Ginyu. It was really entertaining. Okay. Honestly, I don't think we need 2 of this. We will play this to get some value out of the play effect. We will swing in. Hey, yo, look at all the ramp options. This is actually kind of crazy. We need more androids to make our 4-drop, like, viable. In Cell, we can't afford to lose any of our 8-drops if possible. Granted, we can't always control that, but... Cycling MOAs, and he has I-beams. Interesting. Okay, we have to make a decision, right? So we're going into 3. Obviously, we're going to play D strength, and then we can drop our 1-drop to get more value, essentially. The thing is, we could charge away the other D strength to make it simple. And then we can do Vegeta next turn to ramp to 5 and go from there. Or we can play for the turbo ramp, keep both D strengths, which is greedy, and charge away something else. The problem is the next best thing to charge is our 1-drop, in my opinion, because it does have potential to whiff. And we have to make the decision now. I think we're going to take the safe play. I'll swing. We're going to pop this. Go into this. And pass it over. Okay. With that being said, we need an android in the discard and another one in our energy to get a successful 4-drop ramp out of our 4-drop androids. We don't have to rush that right now. I'd almost rather just hold them and make sure we get them set up. Into I-beam, that's fine. We don't really need the value off those. Charge this. We don't have the setup for that yet. Let's swing here. We really need to see more of our droid keyword cards. We've seen only like 5 of them. Go into a Vegeta. Stuff in the D strength. Punch in. This is going to be a very long game at this point. We did not get anywhere near enough early pressure going in my mind. So it's going to matter more about how we play the long game. Okay. He actually went for them. Interesting. Yeah, we will go 35, 45. Okay. We now have a droid there, so we need to stuff one into our energy. What I'm thinking we're going to do... Between Jiro or 18. 18 gives us cards, Jiro gives us more aggression. So for that reason, I think we're going here. Now, we could either do a 4-drop to ramp us and get a body that can pressure into Cell. Use a cantrip to get another card draw, which we could eat with our lead to make that attack matter. Go into Vegeta to ramp further. Potentially. Anyway. Or we just go to our own 6-drop. Let's do our own 6-drop. Is it worth burning something to get this? I think so. We're going card for card with him. I'm fine with that. Pass it over. If he wants to get the smooth transition into dropping his 8-drops, he has to take a turn off to set up Cell Arena. Wait, what am I doing? Why did I eat that? I'm an idiot. Ugh. I need to pay attention. Why in the world did I eat that 5? I was thinking I was awakened, which I was not. $10. $25. Is he taking the turn off? I mean, the thing is, even if you don't awaken him, he just, the next turn, he won't charge and he'll awaken then anyway. Like, no matter what, awakening is going to occur. It's almost impossible to stop it. Okay. We really need to get to a cell, but we can't. Well, had we done both of these last turn, we could have. We legitimately might just be cooked. Let's get a card out of his hand. I'm kind of a fool for playing into the double droid play, though. Make sure we hit 2 droids. Droid. We're burning a lot through his hand, which is nice. He has to be afraid because we still have potential games. Swing, swing, swing. Granted, 3 things have to go through. He has an energy up, so he almost assuredly has a meteor. Because we saw him get one earlier. And it's not in here, so it's still in his hand. Problem is that android sitting on board means we're dead if we don't clear it, but even if we clear it, we're at 2. We'd have to spend all of our combo to clear. I think top decking this cost us. Obviously, me burning the 5 before matters too. Yep, there's the meteor. As much as it hurts, we have to pass. If he just swings at us with droids, he wins, which I don't know why he wouldn't. We actually have a very spooky board, so yep, he wins. And he'll dump anything like earth-destroying blows and stuff to make it big enough. Darn. Oh, wow. He never saw a cell. He just went full tilt on droids. That'll do it. Brutal. Oh, hey, there was a meteor. Like, the thing is, if we hadn't awakened him there, yeah, he wouldn't have been able to play droids that turn, I guess, but it's not like the droid play actually did much. It burned a few cards out of our hand. I kind of like pushing, because eventually you have to push him to 4 and start pressuring. I don't regret that. The thing I kind of regret, well, one, I obviously regret the misplay of burning a 5. I mean, the thing is, next turn he'll charge to 5, and then the only way to punish that is by on our turn not attacking him at all, and then making him play a turn behind, and make him charge from hand. But that's obviously not really a good line. Because even if we didn't swing there... Oh, well, hold up. Yes, we'll keep. Even if we didn't swing there, on his turn he'll charge to 5. And then the turn after when we swing, he'll still get the bump up by just not burning a card from hand, if that makes sense. So either way, he's getting to 6. It just is a difference of, does the droids come down first or second? And I thought we were in a good enough spot for it, because we could mirror droid to droid. The double droid is the problem. What's the charge? It's gonna be a long time before you're useful. Yeah, we'll do this. And the big whiff and double strikers, 2 of them to the bottom. That sucks. We've had 2 games with whiffs in a row. That actually hurts. Keep our life high. Good news, we do have the counter for that. You whiffed the first time. Do you want to try again? I guess. I'm not thrilled by it, but sure. If we double whiff, we're actually in a really bad spot. So here's the hoping. Hey yo, let's go. What does the Goku do for his turn 3 is the question. Sure. He likely could drop a hit. He could go into Khalifa. Going for a glimpse, sure. And a Whis to deny the sack option. That's fine. I'm sad, but we do have to charge Vegeta. Pop this. stuff. Hit another Vegeta. Okay. At this point, I don't mind this swing. The vanilla one? Yeah, I've never seen that in a top coup either. I've seen it in like a weird Beerus list or something, but more than likely they just are free to play or working with limited cards, would be my guess. Well, we've gotten to 4. Our hand is a whole lot of nothing, right? It's all super combos and a 0. So we need to eat some hits, get some new fuel here. Stuffing the double Vegeta makes me a little sad, since a Vegeta play on next turn would have been quite solid. And if we draw into our Android 4-drop, we're actually not in a great place for it. We only have 1 Android here and 0 in here. The only way we could set up for it would be burning both of our super combos, but man, even if we saw that, right, had the read, burn both supers to defend and then set up some droids, we likely, like, yeah, we cheat and stuff and energy, but we still have no hand to play with. Interesting. What is this hand? It's like boss monsters, defensive cards. Man, it's like I knew. Charge this off. This feels bad, right? We have double droids to put there. Or double droids in energy, but nothing in discard. It doesn't feel good taking turn 5 off, but I don't see an option. Because what do we do, right? We can play the 4-drop, but then it's essentially just a vanilla 20k. That's not great. The only other option would be to swing at him and burn one of our super combos aggressively to get the ramp off, but we have nothing to follow up with behind it, so I guess we just take the turn off and go slow. Would have liked that last turn. Out of both hits we've taken, we've gotten like non-combo cards, which is fine. We kind of need him to start pressing on our life to do anything. The spooky thing is he could just play a raw Kefla down and do a lot of pressure here. Really? Well, I'd say we're bricking a little bit. We might lose. Because now his board's actually wide. We need the 7-drop. What's our out, right? At best, he swings with one of them, does a life pickup. He's at 4. We transform. He skipped the life pickup. Interesting. Okay. We have options here, right? We could charge off a D strength. We still have no droids in the discard, so setting up our 17 and 18, we have to go out of our way to do. Yeah, we're going to charge off a D strength for sure. Gonna flip. Okay, I see the play. We're gonna go 2-drop. 2-drop kind of saved our butts here. We're gonna ditch our 3-drop, which sets up for our 4-drop, making sure we're tagging the 2 droids. Oh, nope, already done. Cool. Pop the effect. Boom and boom. 1, 2, 3. They stuff in. We're going to swing in here to get our card draw. Swing in here, get more card draw. And honestly, we're just going to pass it there. Yeah, we could play the 1. It just gets cleared by Whis. Yeah, it forces Whis to target it, but I'd rather just keep the 5. It's an easy way to combo over a Kefla or something if he doesn't self-awaken. I don't see a point to swinging at his face with the 4-drop, because then he's only 1 life take away from transforming, which is spooky for us. If he goes super, super wide, we go Gohan, board clear, keeping our combo. If he goes tall, or even just a little wide, like not super wide, but like 1 3-drop and a freaking 2-drop, we can just go Broly, blow up 1, swing, swing, clear. Yeah, this Topku's done some odd things. I'm legitimately surprised he didn't do the life pickup on the Gohan swing before. That just feels like a mistake to me. We got all the value out of the 18 we wanted. Because had he just done the life pickup, he would only need 1 life pickup here, not 2. He got our ramp, which is okay. Yep. Pops that. Makes us a little sad, but we're okay with it. In order for him to awaken, he has to have like a 2-drop Khalifa for the life pickup, or 1-drop Roshi, something like that. Glimpsing. Going to 50. I think it would cost too many resources to avoid that, so I'll eat it. We will go 35. Awesome. Do we gain anything from charging here? I don't think so. So no. What we're gonna do, we're gonna immediately swing into you. Kinda punished, because had we charged, we could have done this. So for that reason, rather than go Broly, which was my original scheme, we're gonna go androids. Pop, pop. And call it a day. We'll set up to end the game next turn with droids. We can charge to 9 and essentially double swing Broly, swing our lead in, and then throw Meteor on droids at the end to finish. Sadly, we have to give him this turn to try and kill us. But for this turn to kill us, he has to land a hit. And with us having Meteor and double super, I'm fairly confident we can get around most of what he'd throw. Since he would need to Ribrianne, really, to get the double. Which either means he needs to use his ability for Ribrianne, which leaves him with only 5 energy, so he would have to do like a Kefla. And he would still have the reduction of 1, so he could Kefla into another body, meaning he gets Goku swing, Kefla swing, another swing. He's sitting on Glimpse as a 1, which he could put on Roshi if he wanted, and then go into Ribrianne, so he could get essentially 4 swings, one of which being a Glimpse 1-drop. Okay. That locks him away from Kefla plus Glimpse plus Ribrianne. So he's just glimpsing the 1-drop. Sure. We will go... I think it's important we combo efficiently, so 35. Smart to go 45. It's an awkward number. Because now I either have to double super or Meteor and super. Either way I'm eating 2 things, and I don't want to do that, but I have to. He might have me here, legitimately, because he can glimpse another one, and so long as he goes above 45, I have to eat it. And he's just playing for all the draw cards he can. Because glimpse again puts it to 30, and he'll go 40, 55. That makes it basically unblockable. He went to 45 exactly, so I can't stop it. He gets Ribrianne, but he's out of glimpses. 30, 40, 50, 60. I think he does beat me here. He's 85. And we can only get to 65. Yeah, he did it. That's crazy. That's wild. Roshi, plus a bunch of basils. Yeah. Brutal. Heartbreaking. I don't think we made a mistake at any point that I can think of. I mean, we could have played a bit more aggressively, but that would have just gotten us clapped harder. We needed one more turn. We had to make the droids sit for a round. Brutal. And we're down again. Yikey shnikes. I mean, that's why it's the tier 0, right? He didn't even need Kefla into another body swing 4 times. He just did it through 1s with glimpses. Like, it's actually crazy how strong Glimpse is. Especially since they cheat it, so it's only a 1 cost. You know, he did a good line there. He definitely was thinking. It was smart of him to go 45, because by doing the first combo the way we did, like, we could have supered over that and kept the 10 and the 5, which would have made awkward numbers like 45 not a problem. But I'm not one to say it was a stream snipe, because I think he probably could just have the read. He could be that good. But by going 45 after we spent our small numbers, keeping only our big stuff, it meant that we'd have to awkwardly go way over to prevent everything at 45. So us going 35 punished us. We would have been better off using the super there, and then keeping the 10 and 5 to mix with the other options, so they wouldn't just be awkward numbers. So he definitely had a really, really good read, and we ultimately blocked that wrong. I think 9 times out of 10 we technically did it a correct way, because normally you want to save to combo pretty exactly, saving your bigger options. But it is what it is, right? We just got cooked. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we have plenty of replays. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm saying, Yaver. We would have had to do a super combo on that, keeping the 10 and the 5, so that way when we went 45 on the second, we would have done an extra 5 on it going to 50, and then on the next 45, we would have done the 10 on the super to get over it. And at that point, it would have locked him out of getting Ribrianne as an option. But, I mean, it is what it is. I think 9 times out of 10 I probably would have defended the same exact way. So I'm not upset, necessarily. I'm a little sad, because we did get punished for doing it the way we did, but I think that's my usual line of reads. So if anything, it just means I'd probably get clapped in the future by that exact line. Okay. Let me get some of these replays pulled up. Okay, anywho, sorry about that, my partner got home. we are hopping into some replays. Oh, duh. Let's go here and do this. I may try and crank out a few more games if we have time, but given how many replays we have, probably won't, which is okay. We'll just do the climb again. Man, today was full of a lot of heartache. We were actually almost plat 4, went on a nasty loss streak, and then just did this stupid dance around gold plat like we've been doing. Kinda like last season. Okay, we have Trunks into Broly, and this is a super replay. So let's see it. Trunks into Broly, I legitimately probably give that to Trunks, depending on how warped the Broly's list is, because a lot of Broly's are playing tank Broly to try and get through Topku, but that's also a very punishable list by Blue. It is a control Trunks list, so if it plays slow enough, Broly can certainly get to the late game with its big bosses and make you have a bad time. Interesting. Given this hand, I can't help but wonder, is he gonna go like Trunks and burn off a card just to set everything up? Actually healed up to 4. Interesting. Kind of passive turn, given that the board can obviously keep swinging at him, but he also gets to swing back at them right now, potentially getting a lot of cards out of Trunks' hand. Trunks could get very gassed here and very punished by boss monsters. What up, Spectre? Yeah, absolutely. We're going till 2, so we still have another hour and a half, and yeah, I was already going to do one of your replays next, so that lines up well. We'll knock out the 2 that are together if you want to do those. Good timing though. We'll just do both back to back since there are some of the older ones at this point. Gotenks to get the value, sure. Keep the pressure on Broly. Interesting, he's still playing the 6-drop. That thing is so punishable by red. I would never run that android at this point. Not that I really ran it that much before, but 1 3-drop Gohan stops all the value the 6-drop gives. Which is crazy. Obviously, the Vegito is a good card here. It does a good job of pressuring multiple things out of Broly's hand every round. Broly going to 8 is a little spooky, because if they have the actual Broly 8 drop, they can pop our 5 and we get to be just sad. But fortunately for us, they do not have that. At least not right now. I really don't like them swinging at Trunks' face at this point. I would have definitely put that attack at the 5-drop. And yeah, Zeno laughs in the face of that 16. Love it. Fairly passive turn. And now they have the 8-drop. Good news is we're sitting on an Absolute Lightning, which is a good counter to it. Yeah, it gets to ask us for cards, but we're still very hardy on life, so not too big of a worry. Okay, peel off, sure. I like this. Because now we make it a 4 and we can bottom deck it with our double striker while keeping pressure. And the double striker's definitely going to get him to pull out Broly, not that he ever would have not played Broly on next turn anyway. And now he has double Broly. Triple Broly. He found them all. They were holding hands. I would be scared if I was Broly to attack Trunks at this point. Given that you only have 1 Meteor and 1 Trunks in hand, everything else is dead, and you're at 1 life. Yeah, this Broly dies. They're absolutely about to get cooked. Okay. Interesting. Given all we've gotten out of their hand already, I probably would have gone a bit more full tilt into Harumaki with the final slash and just gone for the kill this turn. I do not know why he's comboing into this droid swing. We have no reason not to eat it, since he's already telegraphed he's going into the double striker. And all the cards he comboed into that should have been put into the double on top of the meteor, on top of the super. As soon as the first Broly swing got blocked, the best you're getting out of that 18 is a card draw, but your opponent's going to get a life off it anyway, so it's just a card for card. Yeah, that Broly messed up that kill turn. It wasn't a very strong kill turn to begin with. They were just too far behind in card value in my mind. And that's Broly getting cooked. Very nice. Interesting game. Excuse me. The Broly played it weird, and they basically had a set 1 Broly list that it looked like they hadn't updated, so they hadn't really had anything from set 2 yet. We have droids into Beerus. Let's see it. This is your replay, Spectre. Giving it the good old thumbs up. Okay. So we have a decent hand. We can counter the 1-drop Roshi. I love it. I love droids. Yeah, the next one's droids vs. Broly. Interesting that he charged away one of the Roshis. I would have been more tempted to keep that. I probably would have charged off either the 3-drop no combo or the crit. And he goes to counter the 1-drop? Okay, sure. I like that. I like avoiding this, especially since it's a body he can kind of kill off pretty easily. He's likely going to do Roshi and Basil for the turn. He didn't do the life pickup though, which is kind of odd. Very interesting. He's playing it very, very slow. I like this. Avoid the crit. Seeing as how it looks like he's just wanting to crit cards away, he may just go into the 3-drop. That's a crit. No, he still goes Kefla. Well, he might still drop it that way, but he goes into 4-drop using coin, cheats out the 3-drop, gets another card draw. Doesn't swing with anything. So this guy's playing it a lot like how that Beerus that fought our Ginyu list did, right? Where they just kept placing things to board and never really using them. Which is odd, since in the long game, I would still give the advantage to the droid player. I'm surprised he didn't do that before he swung. Yeah, I was just looking at that. We've got them there now, but obviously it's a little late on that. We have the life, we can eat these. He's sitting on the double striker, which is spooky. Doesn't want to awaken us, though. Trigger our ability. We dump the 2, stuff the 3. Yep, I like this. I'm legit surprised he saved the body at all. I like that. I like cycling, getting the swing. He might be planning to try and go for the double striker to game us here. 5 life is obviously a lot to push through. Not saying it's impossible, but it's a pretty big long shot. The opponent gets so many cards from the first life tick, the flip, the 4th life, the 3rd life, and then you still need the double to hit. Instead he saves it, goes into the Gohan. It's funny, we do have Earth Devastating. If we had an 8-drop boss monster in hand, we could Earth Devastating and stuff. He eats this going to 3. Interesting. Yeah, we have a lot of defense, which is nice. Interesting choice. I don't hate it by any means. I would have likely kept it up, the Meteor up, for a defensive option on my turn, but we do get to clear most of this board here. I'm a little surprised you didn't swing at the 4-drop. Sorry, yawn. Doing the life pickup. Huh. I can't help but feel that's a mistake. You normally only do life pickup if you are, like, desperate for something. Welcome back, Hippo. Hope you've had a good day so far. I mean, I get it, you want it gone, but if you don't have enough minus power to actually kill it, you don't put the minuses on it. And the fact he did the life pickup, he did half your job for you. Because now we don't even have to do anything special. We can clear his board with our attacks while drawing more cards. Threaten the crit in, which he has to respond to. And now we go for the 1, get a card draw, prep the Earth's Devastating. Hey, look, we got another 1, more card draw. Ooh, the whiff. Unfortunate, but it happens. And now he is cooked. Like, not even close with having defense for this. Yep, and there we go. Very well done. Earth's Devastating Blow can be quite the finisher. It is quite the card. Not as good as Glimpse, obviously, but still quite the card. Well done. And now we have Droids versus Broly in a close game. Green mirrors are always really fun, right? Because each deck has a... So long as you're not the same lead, each deck has its own little flavor of doing something. The most similar green lists are like Gohans and Brolys, but even those are a little more different nowadays. Lord Maraxis. Sounds like a World of Warcraft boss. And let's see both players' hands. Broly has a fairly standard set 1 look. Except for the blockers are in there, which is weird. Ooh, a whiff on the Moa. That's big sad. Okay. I like how they have the red ribbon backer to their cards. But, like, they're playing Broly, and here you are playing droids without it. Interesting you charged off and Cell. I probably would have kept my 8-drop in Broly matches, as well as like most other green matches, whoever draws the more critical amount of boss monsters and uses them better tends to win. So I would never charge away a boss monster in that matchup. Okay, swings, sure. We've got 2 droids there, nothing in the discard yet, but we can set that up no problem. We have a pretty cool turn next turn. The end game is upon us. He's not dead yet, that's true. Interesting. I would have probably done this turn a little differently. I would have likely done my 4-drop, then that, then the 1. Didn't you? Yeah, I mean, you have 1 in the discard, and you have plenty in here. So you definitely could have 4-dropped there. And you could have even ate off the 1-drop on a swing to set up the second one. But hey, that's fine. We're ramping here. I don't hate what you did. I probably would have just done it a little differently myself. Yep, we get card draw, which is nice. Yep, eat the android. Going to 45, yeah, that's going to force a lot out of him. I need a drink. Ooh, of course it's out of my reach. There we go. Now, what's Broly's play here, right? He doesn't really have his big boss monster. I do not like that 2-drop. I would not run that. Because it's a when KO'd. There's 80 million ways around a when KO'd effect. You really rely on your opponent to set it off. Yeah. Even if that 2-drop just said, like, hey, your next turn you get to do this. I'd be like, well, okay, I guess. It forces the opponent to answer this cruddy thing. Yeah. Your opponent has to go way out of their way to set that up for you, which is what makes it so bad. That's true, Kage. There are ways to make it good later, but currently, hot garbage. Like, I get the idea. The idea is it's a 2-drop you place down to help fight on board. But then it still has an effect for late game. The problem is the effect for late game doesn't really matter. Your opponent's never going to walk into it. And if you play it early, you're not getting the effect. So it's a vanilla 2-drop with just a 5k. So, weak. I'd be a little spooked to awaken the... or to, like, push here. Just because if we eat these, there's very real chances we can, like, just blow them away. Droids have a pretty easy time doing 3 damage. And he doesn't have a whole lot of defense in hand. He has some. See, I would have done that last turn differently also. I probably would have cheated out a couple of my 4-drops just to set up more energy and then potentially use like an Earth Devastating to try and clear the Broly. No, don't do the life pickup. Okay. Wait, no, it's the other one that does life pickup. That one just gives you the blocker, right? I was thinking of the other one that does the life pickup. I was like, don't you dare. Double striker androids, are you crazy? I really don't like that he's putting that much into that swing. Force out the super, sure. The 1-drop cycle. It's real. And another one. This is such an odd match. Like, a Broly has sat on the board for like 3 to 4 turns, and the game is still very strong and alive. Yep, he locked himself out of Broly number 2, which probably would have ended this game. He needs this, and both Broly swings to hit to end out the game. That last swing's questionable, in my mind. Yep, no blocker. Force the instant. And he's just dead. He gets nothing. The crit comes through, gives him the hit without a card. Ooh, that is brutal. And then the double striker ends it. Man's had Broly on board forever, and it didn't matter. That's amazing. That was a good game. That was a weird one, right? I don't care for the Broly's list. I don't like set 1, the blockers were questionable in my opinion. Set 2, they are unplayable in my opinion. Yeah, you really did. Had I been piloting, I probably would have played it very differently. I would have gotten the 4-drops out a little quicker and ramped my energy way higher. But for it, I would have probably... I don't know if I'd have swung with them at him unless I was giving them buffs. I probably would have just left him up as sacrifice combo from board and just used him as ramp. But I can't say yours wasn't effective. Cell into top Q with a Cell win by Levexis. I love it. Let's see it. And then after this one, we have Matt's Strange Game, which I am super excited. Wait, did I not do the search button? I don't think I did. Maybe I did. Okay. You really did. You did a good job of getting through it. There were multiple points where if you missed a step or messed up your combo, you would have just gotten wrecked. And we would have to sign you up for math class, but... We haven't gotten to yours yet, SO. Yours is a little further down, but we're working our way there. Poor Kage. Let's see Top Q's hand. I mean, it looks like a Top Q hand, so... Okay. He's not really putting a lot of pressure into Cell yet, which is really nice. Cell gets to just kind of chill. I personally would have probably charged off the Yamcha and kept the Junior, but that's just me. Fair enough. Pass it over. See, I probably would have done a card draw with this. I didn't notice which one we exactly stuffed. If it was something useless, then I get why we put the energy anyway. Goku hasn't really seen a whole lot of Self-Awakeners so far, which has really held back a lot of that pressure. He didn't even do the life pickup there, which is interesting. That's fair. I'm down with this. Sure. Okay. Not the best hand from the top coup, right? At best, he gets to blow up something on the play effect, but... we're at the point where cell drops are going to start coming down, and that's going to make it almost impossible for top coup to get the kill. The Force ETN. So I don't know what Goku's plan is to get out of this situation, right? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they think if they just stall it out long enough, eventually green will start pushing, which they're not wrong. Green will eventually start pushing. But by the time green starts pushing, they're going to ask you for just a million cards. And now he's comboing to avoid it. Like, he's playing like it's a green deck, right? Yeah, we could create this in Sparking Zero. Which, that game's gonna be hype. That game's gonna be so sick. What up, Drumlin? Welcome, buddy. How you doing today? Oh yeah, we've got a Cell who's just putting his paws all over top Q, but the top Q's played this so weirdly. No, what? Which news? Other than the ban list, which they're putting out on the 20th. That's all I know. Yes, we did see that, Kage. It was very entertaining. But do you have some other news there, Drumlin, that I'm unaware of? A Piccolo leader? Ooh, what color? Please say blue or yellow. It was sad, Kage. Green. A green Piccolo leader. Well, they're trying to convince me to play green by putting one of my favorite characters in green. They might well do it. Do we know what he does yet? Awesome. I'm just glad we're getting Piccolo. A little sad it's in green of all things, given that red has like a bunch of weird Namekian stuff set up, and but they did put a lot of Kami. They put Kami in green this set, so I guess that's probably why. Yeah, Piccolo's hype. I'm super excited. I love Piccolo. It is pretty much centered around the Cell Saga. Like, thematically, they're making the colors each centered around different eras in a way, if you think about it. To some degree, anyway. Because you've got Cell, Gohan, Broly, and Droids. Literally all Cell Saga stuff. That would make sense. What up, Kiri? What up, Inferno? Oh, nothing much. Games have been back and forth and kind of brutal, but, you know, it is what it is. And we're doing replays. We already watched one of yours, which was the... what was it? Let me scroll up. We saw your new theme deck. That's what it was. It's especially kind of odd, since supposedly they're probably going to do with Black what they did in the last game, where all the, like, alternate reality stuff is going to be the black color. But Broly is the movie Broly. That is definitely alternate reality, so kind of interesting. Yeah, this Topku is just getting absolutely rolled. Who knew? If you play into the late game with green, no matter who you are, you lose. Kiri would be very happy if they brought out Bojack. Kiri's a big Bojack fan. Very cool. It's fun to see Cell get some work in. Now we have Matt's strange game. Which usually if you guys tell me it's strange, we're in for some fun. What did he do in Masters Drumlin? That's fair. Interesting. So when he awakened, he just was now whatever he does. Okay. Topku and Vegeta for this strange game of Mats. Let's see it. Ooh, that's very spooky. So it's like a crazy stun that your opponent loses resources trying to get things back. That's nuts. That sounds really scary, actually. So far, the low end of this game has been normal. Okay, so you set your cards down, combo, and blow things up. Why did he not play as Roshi and get a life pickup? Or at least go for like the 2-drop that does a life pickup and swing at Vegeta since it is a crit and Vegeta's sitting at 8. I have a lot of questions. Interesting 3-drop. Huh. So his whole gimmick was like play things to board, then combo them off to get these secondary effects, but his boss card just did some crazy stuff. Interesting. Again, he's avoiding life pickups. Which, I get it, it's Vegeta. Vegeta can be kind of spooky. But you need to do your life pickups, and then use the gas to force an early game aggression. Because if the game goes long, likely Blue wins. Yeah, because you could do stuff like that, like mid-effect. Sounds like such a bait. That's crazy. Baiting your opponent with an attack to make them dump a ton, and then just being like, yep, nope, it's gone anyway. Oh, that sounds so tilting. And again, he didn't do a life pickup, so like, he's not moving closer to his ability to turbo out a wide board to pressure Vegeta. Instead, he's just sort of playing on curve. And Vegeta's going to start focusing board now that there is board. I mean, sure. If you're just gonna play it and swing with it, why not play one of the 3-drop Keflas who just draws you a card? Oh, it only draws if awakened. Okay, sure, I guess. I don't know. And now he's picking up life. Kind of odd. Yeah. His choices are kind of all over the place. It's hard to track why he's doing anything. He just seems to sort of be doing things randomly. Now we get a Goku Black. Into a Gotenks. So what's the Goku's play, right? We're up to 6 energy. He's still 2 life away from awakening. He's playing this almost like he's the control deck, which he is not. Okay. Gets our Goku Black, that's fine. Yeah, if he just picked up his life and turboed things out, sped up the game, you would have been in trouble. But instead, we're here at the end game, so you kind of just get to go from one good card to another good card and outvalue him. Yeah, I would have passed too. I would have just kept my energy up to Gallic Gun defensively and called it a day. He again avoids life pickup. I mean, don't get me wrong, at this point I kinda get it, it is spooky, but if he actually lands a hit here, like if you ate that, and he did the life pickup, he could have cheated out Ribrianne and gave her a glimpse and potentially ended the game. Like, he's not even playing to any outs. He might just be waiting to do the life pickup for when he has like a guaranteed Ribrianne kill. This all seems so odd, right? I'm not the only one who's just like shocked by it all. Unfortunately, we did miss our trigger, but that's, you know, what happens. Yep, unfolly. I mean, we've all done it at one point or another. What? What? You're kidding me. Legit. He could have even just done like Roshi down, picked up a life, put a glimpse on him, used Roshi to swing in, used effect, gotten Ribrianne, gotten a glimpse on her, swung in. Like, he could, I'm not saying he would have won, but just passing it back with all your energy up when a Goku Black is sitting on the table seems like utter insanity. And he's gonna have to burn through like his whole hand defensively or lose the game. Like, what in the world, Matt? My only guess is this is a player who probably hasn't played much of Top Coup and maybe used to play a lot of greens, so they're used to just a slow game with big boss monsters to win, but that's not how Top Coup plays at all. Yeah, you could say that again, Cell. This is... There's some choices going on, I suppose. Yep, just loot some value. Now is he pulling the trigger that he should have pulled, I don't know, a turn ago? What up, Cell? Yes, he will. I mean, it's obvious, isn't it? Top Coup isn't broken. What's sad here is how close he is to still winning it, right? It's actual insanity how close he is to still getting a win here. Because he can glimpse this, making another 30. Combo in another 10. Going up to 50. If we ate this, the game would essentially end with a Ribrianne glimpse. And this man took entire turns off and through. Like, I guarantee you, had he pulled this trigger a turn and a half ago, it probably would have worked. Wow. Yep. Man was just way too passive. Yeah, it's sad that he could, and that's why it's a tier 0 list, right? You don't have to be the smartest player in the world to make the deck work, but the smarter the player, the less likely they are to make a mistake, and the deck, when ran efficiently, is a nightmare. Yep. I mean, he still did the life pickups, so ultimately he was still there, but like, what in the world? Bardock is up. Yep. And again, look at all the weird choices, and yet it still had an option to win. Yep. It's crazy. Wonderful. There we go. And we're actually making a lot of damage done to our replay list, which is nice. We're actually getting pretty caught up. I can already tell you I am not a fan of the droids list, just because he has both lab and D-strength and the 2-drop. Like, I think you either pick lab or D-strength. I'm not a fan of mixing them. It's just too many dead cards. Yep, we're just casting replays right now, Cell. We're just kind of chilling and having fun. Drumlin. I mean, yeah, that's kind of how it is, right? I did not, Ulki. I started with Fusion World. I was a little too tilted when they canceled the Panini DBZ game that I played to make the Play Masters, to make Masters, that I refused to give it a chance. Yeah, absolutely, Cell. Please share one. Just be sure you post it in the Discord, so that way it's in order, so we can make sure we hit everybody's. If you don't have access to the Discord, just let us know, and Kiri will link it for you. Hey, trust me, we could watch some of my own replays and I'd talk shit on myself. You got it, Inferno. Yep, Inferno redeemed the point replay, so we'll do Infernos. Sure thing. I got you, Sal. Kiri, I don't know if you're away at the moment, but if you could link it, cool. If not, I will pull it up. It's always fun seeing the Gohan list come up. Let me grab Kiri's link, because mine keeps expiring for no reason. It's actually driving me nuts. Hey, look at Spectre coming in huge. Thank you, Spectre. I'll get back to the replay then. There is one more replay, Inferno, of yours, so we'll do your one, and then we'll jump back to hitting everybody else's. Now, I'll be honest, I wasn't paying too much attention to what the droid player's been doing for the past turn or two, since I was looking away in the Discord and scrolling to find the link Kiri uses, but somehow missed it. So thank you for saving my butt on that one, Spectre. You're good, Cell. No pressure. We just love seeing games from people, casting anything we think could have been done differently, or laughing at some of the odd choices, or even just enjoying really good, close games. So the interesting thing going on here, right, is the Gohan is way behind in RAM, but way ahead in card advantage. So, like, give and take, I suppose. Yeah, or see strange games. Those are some of the best. I love when we do strange games. I think that'd be neat. I think them adding emotes so players could interact with each other would be smart, and it'd be something they could even add more stickers to in the shop that people would go crazy for. I do think they need to limit how often you can use them, because otherwise you're going to get toxic players who spam stuff. You're good, Kiri. I was trying to find the one you normally keep posted in the special chat, but I wasn't able to find it. The one at the top was no longer good, so... Smart man, Cell. Love it. That's fair, honestly. I don't know if you need a ton of ramp. You need just enough to get there, and honestly, the ability to plate a board is a bit more important at the moment. Getting the actual trunk set beside the Gohan is kind of legit, though. I'll tell you what. I'm hopeful we eventually get a future Gohan where he is missing the arm. Like, his pre-transformation should be him with both arms, but then afterwards it should be him with the one. I think that would be sick. Yep, for sure. He did. That feels bad. That feels so bad. Especially given how small his deck is right now. Like, I don't know how many copies of Lab he runs, but that's wild. Not that he really needs ramp at this point, right? He's already at 10 energy. What do you need anything more than that? It's not like there's any cards that give, like, X power for all your energy. Although I think that would be a pretty cool and spooky thing Green could get. Now he's awakened. And this is a good example of why I'm not a fan of that, like, 2-drop 19, because, like, it's a 15 on defense. Yeah, as an attacker it's a 25, but it doesn't feel good, right? It's hard to defend it. And easy to kill it. Again, I don't even know why you're bothering. What is it that you can't currently play that you need the lab for? Like, legit. I know, right, Hippo? Would have been really, really funny. Like, this Android list is all over the place. Well, now we know what we need to kill it. We only have to hit to 50. Hey, look, he drew an actual big boss monster that matters. It's not just giant Gohan that does nothing other than an on-play. In a way, I almost feel like this game might do deck out before either player kills the other. Okay, he's almost out of options. He has one card in hand again. We made it 40, so he ate it. Going to 50, which he technically could have gotten over. He could have gotten over both of those. But because he didn't, he now loses. Because he won't be able to get over the double strikers. He got punished for being greedy and figuring it's fine, it's fine. I can get to, you know, 55. And now he dies to a 55 swing on the end. Brutal. Man through. And you know, he probably walked away cursing this as bad luck, which don't get me wrong, it is some bad luck to get that. Any other card would have defended him, but he could have also not needed luck and just avoided either of the other two swings. Don't get me wrong, we've all been there. We lost a game earlier today because Beerus swung at us with a small swing, and I was like, we could get over it, but we're at 3. I feel like we can do it, and then the double striker comes down, and we got cooked, right? If only he had 13 energy. Yes, one more energy. The whiff on the Juro mattered. Look, had he gotten the lab sooner, he'd have had one more energy, theoretically. Would have made the difference. Okay, now we have the final Inferno replay. Trump card W. Unless I just forgot to give this a thumbs up, at which point, if that's the case, I'll refund your points. And then after this, we have Aso, we have Kage, David Yeezy, and that will be one from everybody. Wait, did I hit the search? This is what I get for multitasking. Hop into it. So we'll have 3 more replays. It means we'll be going a little over our usual end time, but just a little. And we'll watch these, and that'll be the end of the stream for today. So we have 3 more replays after this one. Starter coup into top coup. Let's see how it goes. Fairly standard starting hand from the top coup. I don't know if I'm a fan of Whis in the list. I get the Whis is meant to counter other Topkus likely, and they're 1-drops. If anything, I'd almost rather it just be my own Roshis. I mean, they probably don't cut the Roshi for it. They probably cut, like, the Piccolo for it. So it's like a counter play. Yeah, I've heard of that, Ulki. I think if they add a triple or quad striker, this game's gonna get nutty. I know, right? Whoops all Whis. Man's seen 3 of the 4 he likely runs. Fairly slow game considering how aggro Topku normally is, mostly because they just haven't had a lot of good life pickup options. I'm a little surprised they went for that and didn't just match the android. Granted, they have Keflas, so they can kind of cheat the droids out over time, but feels silly to leave the 2 energy up. I guess the idea is maybe they can glimpse defensively, but a little spooky to swing for face here, in my opinion. I mean, I guess that'll do it. Put him down to 2. Then they ate off their board. Interesting. I would have rather just super comboed and kept my Whis for more stat control. Mans drew all 4 Keflas and then charged 1 away. That is crazy. I don't know if I like the Basil there. I probably would have gone the 17 to at least match the stat buff once I flip over. Yeah, and he charged a Kefla rather than a droid, since he's just sat on 2 of them for 20 years. Like, why wouldn't you charge 1 away? Because if you haven't played one of them by now, you're never playing both, in my mind. Just watching the craziness of what some Topkus do absolutely baffles me. And now he awakens, but he's fighting for board. And he didn't flip on attack trigger, so Gohan's not a real threat. Drumlin, you know, you're asking the real questions, and I have no real answers for you, other than him maybe now playing Kefla. But he still could have played Kefla before and gotten the Gohan anyway. Saved by a barrier coming in clutch. Cannot be KO'd in battle. Doesn't matter how many swings he can do at it. They're all pointless. At least he was smart enough not to continuously swing at the 5-drop pointlessly, right? He immediately swapped targets to Goku. I mean, it does. It's because there's a lot of ways around barrier, mostly Inferno. Like, even just double Gohan giving minus stats gets around barrier. But in the right cases, it can be big. That's a good question, Drumlin, because technically it says the card can't be KO'd by battle. Really? So someone could swing with like 80k at your 20k body, and because you barriered, even though the barrier doesn't get you over the 80k swing, you can't be KO'd in battle, so you're just fine. Did it? And I just didn't catch it? It's possible. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Honestly, that alone. Like, it doesn't need to give stats at all. It's just a bonus that it does. Yeah, that's true. You did, Inferno. You're right. I didn't even pick up on the fact. I was probably a little distracted. Huh. Yeah, that's really good. Oof. Yep, pretty much. It's either protect your lead with 20k stats or protect your card from being killed, period, in battle. Makes it a very flexible card. If Red had better like late game options, and like was a semi-control negate like stat negation style, I think it could really get away with doing something like that. So we're in an interesting position, right? His Gohan is spooky, his Beerus is spooky. We're at a good amount of life to where we don't have to worry so much about the double, and that was the top deck because it solves so many of our problems. Realistically, he would have been fine eating that so long as he has a way to deal 4. Glimpsing a 17. Okay. And again, we're in that spooky spot, right? Man, I don't know if I would have glimpsed, like, aggressively here. I would have been tempted to keep it as, like, a defensive super combo in hand. Yeah, you're bigger than the enemy lead, but if they just get the right cards, they can still get you. This is a really drag-out battle. So this is spooky, right? Because had we even tried the board wipe, at best we would have gotten the Kefloff board, that's it. Oh, man. Okay. Goku's living the dream. He's got the stats of a 5-drop. Wasted an attack, though. One life to 4. Like, at some point you have to pull the trigger. Oh, man. Oh, no. You can Gohan into UI Goku. Gohan's gonna pressure in drop stats on Beerus. Give us a life pickup. And make it a real threat just to dig combo out of his hand, because why wouldn't we? Now we go UI. And UI drops Beerus down to 5. And UI is going to be a 30. And we'll make it a 40. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. That'll do it. Why punch Topku when you can just kill his board and win that way, right? You know that Topku was sour. You know he was so triggered there. He was like, my 317s. That's the scary thing. You could have the biggest board in the world, but if it's your opponent's turn, all they need to do is find the out. And they found it. That's crazy. Vegeta versus Goku. Asu, you are up. I hope you're here to see it. Okay. Go. Hop into this replay. UI Goku is so strong in the right situations. It can be a little weak, don't get me wrong, but it can be incredibly good. Okay. Yep, we get to see you be immortal. Okay, he has the classic opener, 1-drop Roshi. I don't mind this. Use the Gallic Gun while we can. Fair. Goes for more life pickup. Hey, what up, dude? TCG, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And welcome the raiding party with you. You're good, my guy. I appreciate it a lot. How's your day been? What up, Mustache Shinobi? Thank you for the follow as well. Holy cow. We are now 4 people away from 200 followers, which is absolutely insane. Awesome, Narwhal. Thank you as well. We're now 3 away. That's awesome. You know, the day's been interesting. We actually got 3 Beerus mirror matches at the start of the day and got rolled, which was brutal. And then we ended up swapping to Trunks, and we got 2 Topkus who high rolled, got our butts kicked, and then we're like, forget it, we fell back to gold, let's just have some fun, and we ran it all back with Ginyu and went undefeated for like a 5-game long win streak. Ginyu cooked. It was actually kind of impressive. Of all things. Yeah, we fought, I want to say it was like 7 or 8 red games in a row. It was all red we were facing today, and it was just brutal. Ginyu is the GOAT. My Ginyu list is cheeky. It's not super meta, but it's super aggro. It'll get there. And again, thank you BD Trim for the follow. We're now, I think, 2 away. It's still updating because everyone's following. So right now we're just chilling, doing some viewer replays. Yo, that's what happened to us, right? So we played Ginyu until we lost, and the loss was fine. Then we swapped to 17, and our first game was into the Cell. And it was a good game. We kind of bricked near the end a little bit, and for it, Cell did win. And then, and it was all because of how we blocked. Like, we would have had to block completely differently to avoid the game over. And after that, we went into another Topku, and what happened in that Topku game? Oh yeah, they just glimpsed Ribri and me. Right. So, it was a day. We almost touched Plat 4, fell back to gold, climbed back to Plat, fell back to gold, climbed back to Plat. Just a lot of dancing. I don't know, man. I switch leaders, and I end up in a terrible match. Match for that leader. Yep, pretty much. That's all what today was, which I'm not sour about it. I actually had a lot of fun, but it makes me want to grind more. Put in that work. The only time I get discouraged usually is if it was a really, really like heavily one-sided game, or if I make a lot of mistakes. And usually that's just because I'm hard on myself. So the good news here, you know, that's honestly a good day. We fought, I'd say half of our, I'd say probably 80% of our games today were against red, and all the red games were Topku or Beerus, with Beerus actually being the majority, which normally I wouldn't complain about, but ironically we kept fighting him when we were Beerus, and so it was a really miserable mirror. Each time with them winning on the double striker, because we don't run the double, we've been running Rumshi, so that way we have a better card into blue and green matchups, but they were all running the double, and the double won. Because we were 1 turn short of killing them. So the nice thing here, given that we're at 4 and that poor Topku's only at 3, we get a punch down at him, which is where Vegeta wants to be. We just need to not lose our hand, and we might actually be in a good position. Yo, I'm absolutely terrified of the day they add triple. And it better not be in red, because if you can glimpse your triple striker, that would be nutty. Glimpse is legit insane. The thing is, the red list already runs like double or triple Beerus for control, because you need Beerus in a lot of matchups. And then I'm running 2 Rumshi because it's actually 10k combo and really good into blue and green. Those used to be double strikers, but unless I'm really pushing the win, the double striker's a really bad card. That's true. If only one color had a triple strike, I wouldn't be surprised if they wait till they do a set where like all the colors get a starter, and every starter gives you a triple, much like how they did with set 1, every starter giving the sets essentially a double striker to a degree. Not all double strikers were created equal, mind you, but they all essentially got them. So here's the spooky thing about this match now. I mean, I could see it being something they do on like a really, really expensive high-end card. Yeah, like they could legit add a 10 or even 12 cost green that's triple strike. That is like, no, the game actually is over. And that would probably see play. For red, you wouldn't make it anywhere near as expensive. You'd have to make it like 7. Because, like, red can get to turn 6 and 7. It's tough, but they can get there. And then it would be a closeout card. What's the ultimate tag, Drumlin? I never actually saw that because I never played Masters. I do think it would be neat if they added a, like, crazy high-end green card that's, like, cost was off the charts. So, like, a 12 or 14 difficulty card. That should legitimately just end the game, if they get that far. I mean, that's the thing though, right? You gotta get to like turn 7 or 8 if they made it that difficult. That'd be the balancing factor. You have to actually make it to the long game. I gotta say, it's impressive you are still here, considering how different the hand size difference that it was there for a moment. The good news is we have Gallic Gun, which is essentially 2 defenses. Really, Bamilok. That's really cool. I never played Masters. I was too sour grapes over them canceling Panini's card game to make it that I just refused to give it a shot, really. I gotcha. Goku comes out. Dude, right? It's crazy. Me and Kiri both played a lot of it. We traveled to the Kansas City Regional and the South Dakota Regionals for it. And we love that game. But then out of nowhere, just... Interesting. That's a very cool effect. Inferno, Panini was the DBZ card game before Masters. So, way back when I was in like junior high, they had, actually, it probably would have been elementary school, junior high. There was the original DBZ card game that they came out with, that did all the sagas in order. So it did Frieza, or it did Saiyan Saga to Frieza to Cell to Kid Buu, essentially. And there was mini sagas that fit in between there, like there was... The Android Saga was a mini saga, there was The Outworld Tournament was a mini saga. And so many years later, after that card game had ended, another company by the name of Panini remade that entire card game in the exact same way it was, just with more updated mechanics and cards. And it was so fun. Oh, that sucks, dude. I'm so sorry. Spectre, the OG card game is still really, really fun. I don't want to miss too much of the replay here, so I'm going to pause it briefly, so that way I can focus on the story, and then we'll get back to the replay. So, in the OG card game, they had no idea what they were doing with it. So, like, in the Saiyan Saga, there's cards that are, like, pay 3 life cards to deal 2 physical damage to the opponent. And the main way of winning the game was when your deck ran out, you lost. And life cards means mill the cards from your deck. So, the cards in the first set of the original card game were so bad. It's legitimately laughable. But by the Frieza Saga, they had an idea of how to build the game, and it became very fun. Both players take turns going back and forth, and you would draw your hand, and you would decide, do I want to enter combat and fight my opponent, or do I just want to set up some defensive stuff and pass? And you had this whole phase where you could play like what were known as drills and non-combat cards, which were things you would use in combat to help you, but you didn't play them when fighting. So either you would play a bunch of those and pass, or you would keep your hand and say, let's fight. As soon as you say, let's fight, your opponent would draw the top couple cards of their deck, and you go back and forth doing attack, block, then your opponent attacks you, and you block. And you get this like back and forth game. Then, when combat was over, it went to your opponent's turn, and they got to look at their top cards and choose, do I set up, or do I fight you? And it went back and forth until someone's deck ran out, essentially. Anytime you dealt life damage, you milled the top card. And the Panini one was really, really well done. That sounds sweet, dude. I definitely need to try that. Me and Kiri played the Panini game as soon as we saw it. We sunk a ton of money into it and played from the first set up to the last set they did, going to multiple regionals. I was a big Piccolo player. I played blue, and it's funny, much like this game, for everyone who never played those, the Panini games did the same thing as the Score Z game, where they split all the colors into different styles of play. So you had blue, which was defensive and normally had a lot of really good blocks that prevented damage or drew you cards. Green was Saiyan, and you had to be a Saiyan heritage character to even play it. And Saiyan was mostly like really big bomb attacks that were meant to just clobber you. You had red, which was generally a physical-based color, where it did a lot of like physical attacks, and it gave you a lot of rage, so your character would transform to higher versions of themselves. Because in that game, you weren't just Vegeta who flipped to Saiyan. You would go Vegeta as a 1-drop, into your 2-drop Vegeta, into your 3-drop Vegeta, into your 4-drop Vegeta, which was your stack of leaders. Sinister Choke was a crazy card. Yeah, blue was anti-anger, correct, Goblin. And then you had black, which was honestly a brutal color. Black had a lot of cards like, oh, if you do this attack, your opponent can't play physical attacks. Or if you do this energy, your opponent can't play energies. And so it kind of controlled the game and was a very subtle color. It also liked to do things like take cards out of your hand. Namekian was a color. It was also greenish in color, and the whole gimmick of Namekian was you healed. So all the cards you were doing were constantly taking cards from your discard and putting them at the bottom of your deck to heal yourself. You had to be Namekian heritage to play Namekian, so you had like Nail and Piccolo. And they could have bigger decks, that's correct. And Namekians also had a lot of stuff for the Dragon Balls, so they had a whole unique win con of aiming to get the like anyone, if you got all 7 Dragon Balls, you won the game. But Namekians had a lot of support to help them play Dragon Ball stuff. Blue, black, red, green, Namekian. That's all the colors? Orange. I missed one. Orange. Orange was a setup color that used a lot of like pre-combat stuff and used a lot of like energy attacks to do massive damage. Dude, the deck that absolutely spun my head around in Panini was, we had a local player who was very, very good at playing Krillin, and he played Black Krillin. And in the game, the reason you referred to them as a color is you picked a mastery, and it made it so you had to use all the colors. You could use general color, which was like colorless in anything, and the one color you picked your mastery for. He picked the original Black Mastery, which just added 1 extra physical and 1 extra life damage to every attack, and he could discard a card to make you discard a card. It mattered because Black Krillin's Destructo Disc, much like Dude is saying, was unblockable. You could not stop it, and it was only usable by Krillin. And it did 5 damage with the Black Mastery, meaning it also got to steal Dragon Balls. So he would do an unblockable attack that would steal your Dragon Ball, that would draw him 3 cards, and then he would discard a card to make you discard a card, so now you're out of a hand, and then he would just pummel you. And it was all done by Krillin, one of the weakest characters, stat-wise. But it didn't matter, because he was just so brutal. My main decks in Panini were Blue Piccolo, which was a defensive deck, using a lot of the resources to refresh cards into my list and set the top cards of my deck, so I always knew what I was drawing into. And I had a red Anger Garlic Jr., who won by Dragon Balls and Rage. So he had the 2 different win cons. Those were my main 2 decks. I love that game. I still have all my old Panini cards. They're in a box stored away. No, leaders did not have colors. So you could, if you were a big fan of Garlic Jr. and how he played, you could play him in any color, except for Saiyan and Namekian, because he wasn't a Saiyan and he wasn't a Namekian. There were exceptions, like Pikkon from the Outworld tournament was not Namekian, but they always gave him the ability to play Namekian cards, which was interesting. That's awesome, Goblin Smoker. Like, I've wanted to go back and, like, finish the full playset, to have, like, 2 full playsets, so that way me and friends can just build decks and play for fun. The other neat thing for anyone who missed it, so since you had a stack for your leader, so you'd have Vegeta 1, 2, 3, and 4, you would pick, like, let's say you liked Vegeta 1, he had a pretty good effect. I don't remember any of them off the top of my head, but we'll just say Vegeta 1 added 1 extra physical damage to all physical attacks. Something pretty simple. And then Vegeta level 2 might say something like, oh, hey, you take 1 less life card of damage at all times. Pretty simple, but let's say you didn't like that Vegeta, and there was a different level 2 Vegeta they made at a different time, you could instead use the other Vegeta. So you would customize which character you used for the whole stack. So the more of a character they printed, the more you kind of controlled how you played the character. Yeah, it probably was a little bit of a thing as far as the Pikkon, but I actually appreciated it. Pikkon was a cool character, so it was neat to have him playable. In the original Score Z, I originally started with a Red Mastery Android 20 deck, which was garbage, but that's just because that's some of the first cards I got in a meaningful amount. But in the starter deck, they always gave you a few extra cards that were randomly picked, that were rares, and I pulled the really, really good Saiyan Mastery. So as soon as possible, I switched to Goku with the actually, no, I had Trunks, then Goku, using this stupid Saiyan Mastery that just lets you discard a card, and if it was Saiyan, you just drew an additional 2, basically. So you just loaded your hand up, and you would just pummel your opponent. Oh, it was gross. I love that deck. So yeah, Panini was the card game that was being played, and it was really popular. It had major turnouts. The Kansas City tournament we went to had 250 some odd people. Like, it was a big freaking tournament. And the South Dakota one had, I think, over 200, I think. Yep. Oh, Goblin Smoker. Yeah, that's the thing, right? In that old game, they could make characters whose effects were broken. And the way they balanced them, for anyone wondering, the characters had stats on the side, which was their power level. And you actually had like a whole chart to tell you how much damage a character of X power level does to a person of X power. So characters like Goldo would cheat and draw a ton of cards to their hand, so they'd have a big hand. But if they got hit by someone like Goku, who generally has a very high power level, it would be for like 12 damage, and you would just get absolutely dumped on. It was really entertaining. Surprisingly, the weak power level character I was a big fan of there in Panini for a minute was Tien, because Tien was absolutely dumb with some of the aggro things he could do. You had Tien's Tri-Beam, and you had... Oh, I forget the name of the other one. It was another named card of his. It gave you this like gimmick where you could draw extra cards. And he would play such a crazy aggro game. This was a solid Vegeta game, by the way. Asu, I know we didn't talk a whole lot about the game. I've been paying attention to it. It's impressive how big of an advantage in hand size he had there for a moment, but you burned him down. I love it. That's sick, Goblin. See, it was funny. In that starter I cracked open, I got the Cell Saga Saiyan Mastery, and I got the 4-drop Trunks, who's just completely immune to energy attacks. And I was just like, yo, let's go. And so I built a Trunks deck, built to get to the 4-drop and just block all physicals and be immune to all energies. That would be really cool. I think they should do something like that with Tien. That would be very flavorful of the character. And now, the next replay we have is Kage's, where his mouse freaked out and he threw away the game, apparently. Poor Kage. See, I love when they do cool things like that. I think the rarest thing we got, well, yeah, I love when they do cool things like that, where the mechanics line up with the character. Giving Tien the ability to burn his energy away for mechanic would be sick, and makes so much sense. Beyond that, the other thing I was trying to say, Goblin, the rarest things we got in that game, Panini, I know we got like the full playset more or less of everything. I even went out of my way to get the event, I forget where it was from. I think it was Gen Con. They had like a Gen Con Super Saiyan God Goku, which was crazy because this is back when Frieza Saga was the set, so having someone who could go Super Saiyan power levels mattered, and yet Super Saiyan God Goku had power levels that were off the chart. You basically were sitting at the top of the power stack on the entire character card. But beyond that, in the original Score Z game, we got some decent pulls. Like, we got all the masteries. I know my buddy had 1 through 5 of Majin Vegeta, and that was his whole character. We had all the Dragon Balls. That is sick. I did not know. I know my buddy, Dane, had a bunch of the Burger King cards. Like, he had the full Broly. He had the full Turles. But I only ever saw the ones he got because I never even knew that was a thing until he showed them to me. But yeah, in Panini, they had the rare, like, Gen Con God Goku. And it was like $100 to buy it, because only people who went to Gen Con got it. And I bought it. I needed to. And then in Score Z, we didn't have any crazy cards that are jumping to the forefront of my mind until we got the GT game. Because they did that like whole extended thing of adding the GT to the Score Z sets. And me and my friends mixed Score Z with GT. And GT's power creep was insane. but it was funny because it was very shortly lived, and there was a shop or two around here that bought a ton of the GT tins, which were just loaded with packs along with like guaranteed promos. And when the game ended, they just had so many of them. For like $5 you could go buy the tin. And so me, Kiri, and our buddy Rue went and bought and all the tins they had, literally all of them. I think we walked out with like 50 tins. And we cracked them all open, and by the end we had like the world's strongest, which was a secret or like super secret rare or whatever. There's like 2 of these per set. We pulled that. We pulled the 5 drops of everyone's character cards except for mine because we couldn't get the Goku one to save our lives. We had all the top rarity cards. The only other thing we didn't find, which made Kiri sad, was the World Spirit Bomb, or Universal Spirit Bomb. But we allowed ourselves to proxy it, because if we're missing 2 cards out of the whole game, and the game is dead, why not? So, yeah. We still have a vast majority of them. Sadly, we kept them all in a communal communal group, so that way we could all just share them. And it was in the basement of the house we were all staying at the time, and the basement flooded due to some nasty weather. And we thought the cards were safe because we checked on them and they seemed okay, but apparently there was like a bit of damage that happened, and some moisture snuck in, and the cards started pringling like you wouldn't believe, to the point that some of them were just like we couldn't keep them. We still have a lot of them, but the vast majority were ruined, and we were devastated. You know, Drumlin, that's a good question. It is heartbreaking. Well, I know he did it right, but we do see a lot of cells do it right, or do it wrong. Heck, I messed it up once, and we lost the game because of it. Yeah, no, I'm in agreement. There's a reason why I was like, yeah, no, we do see it all the time. The big sad thing here is we don't have arena set up, and we have to take a turn off to do that. But yeah, no, I'm a big lover of Score Z and Panini. I know Tabletop Simulator does have things you can download to have the whole digital collection. We have them downloaded for Tabletop, me, Kiri, and our buddy Rue. We just haven't, like, I know my friend Rue set up a bunch of decks on it already. I haven't gone through and done that yet. I need to. But I'm very excited to do it. Interesting. I don't know why you would need to stall the awakening of the Trunks, but I'm a fool, so what do I know? Ah, yeah, I can imagine, Goblin. That's a shame. See, me and Kiri, we still have quite a bit of our Panini set. I know for a fact I have my Kid Buu, my red Kid Buu list somewhere. And I've seen my Goku deck somewhere. I think they're both packed away to be safe. But we're all the way up here in Nebraska, so not quite a quick trip over to play. That's the fun part. You don't. So here's the thing, right? We have the cell to blow up both, which is nice. We're getting a lot of value out of our cell. And likely it's going to turn into a sell-off at that point. And we have 2 cells to the 1. So in theory, we're winning right now. I know, right? I mean, we did go down to Texas. We went to Fort Worth, I think is what it's called. for our Other Card Games Nationals just this last year in October. And I know Deer owns a shop down in Texas. I want to say in Houston. I'm so bad with cities and such. I think he said it was Houston. And me and Kiri are saying we need to go down there sometime to visit and say hi. If we do, we'll let you know, and maybe we could bring down Panini with us and play a quick match. Okay, Sal, all you want to do is go on the Discord, which Kiri did link earlier, so did Spectre. If you want to go to the channel that says FW Replays, Fusion World Replays, just post it in there. The triple instant Kamehamehas. Interesting. So here's my question, seeing as how we have a few old guards like myself who enjoyed Scorzy and Panini. My two questions. One, what was your favorite character stack? And two, what was your favorite single card? Oh, I can show you that after this, Sal. No problem. Absolutely, Goblin. When we plan the trip down, we're going to probably post it in the Discord and let everybody on stream know that we're doing it. That way, if anyone else is free and wants to come and meet in person and hang out for like a weekend, we could make it a whole thing. Ooh, Raditz. That's a classic. While I wait for people's replies on this, this is a funny story, Bardock, with you liking Raditz you'll probably get a kick out of. Dude, Sinister Choke was so busted. I will remember the art forever, because they have the perfect picture of 20's hand on Yamcha's face, and that card is nasty. Yeah, that'd be a little brutal, Inferno, to say the least. I mean, as is, I know for us it's like a 12-hour drive, I think. It is. That card is busted. So my buddy, Dane, still owns a lot of the original Saiyan Saga cards that are really, really bad from Scorzy. And every now and then when we hang out, we would take them all out, randomly shuffle the first character card of your stack, and pick one without knowing who you get. And so you could get anyone from that first set. So you could get Raditz, you could get Piccolo, you could get Goku, you could get Vegeta, Krillin. I think Yajirobe's a character too. So we get this random character, and then we would take all of his set 1 stuff, count out 90 cards each. Yeah, it's a little oversized, but we kind of find it fun that way. Shuffle them, so we get a random 90 cards, and we play. And it is hilarious how bad some of the cards are. Like, you'll have a card in your hand that costs you 4 life to do, and it does 2 life damage to him. And you're like, I literally will not play this. Nope. So we'll enter in combat, and there's times where one of us throws 1 attack, and then we both just pass because our hands are full of garbage. It's so entertaining. As for my favorite character stack, it's got to be Piccolo from Panini. I just really liked the Piccolo they did. I loved his ability to create a lot of value. And single card? Ooh. I'm trying to remember the name of it. I know the card I'm thinking of. It's a blue drill, and it shows Goku flying with a bunch of people to his sides. And essentially what it did is when I blocked, I got to pick a block from my discard and place it to like the bottom of my deck. And what I did is I did cards that would then move it from the bottom to the top, so I could just set my best blocks on top. And oh, that blue deck was annoying. I got 33rd out of the 250-man tournament in Kansas City with it. Yo, that blue Goku Mastery deck was nuts. Kiri played that list as a ball deck using Goku. It was crazy. And I played, I think, a Trunks list at the time. In theory, I think this is where we get to see Kage's mistake. Okay. It really did. The deck that ultimately broke my heart in the game was I played that Garlic Jr. deck. It was Red Mastery, Garlic Jr., and it was all about using the Dragon Balls to turbo your anger up and then transform, and his effects on transformation is he kept stealing Dragon Balls to himself. And so you could win by either hitting level 4 or by and angering out, or by just getting all 7 Dragon Balls. It was so hard stealing Dragon Balls from him. And sure enough, I freaking went to the South Dakota tournament with that deck, and my first match was a mirror match. My second match was a mirror match. And each mirror match ended in draws. So on 2 draws, no wins, no losses. Because I couldn't Dragon Ball victory, and neither one of us, like, we never let each other get all the Dragon Balls. And Kage, that was your mistake there. All you had to do was swing at frickin' Cell with all the meteors, and you won. That's crazy. But wait, how do you die here, though? You should be fine. Right? He said in the replay thing in the Discord, he says he did a misclick. So I have to assume that was the misclick. But there's no way he should die here. I'm assuming he still wins this. My favorite card in Panini. Okay, yeah, he still wins. He misclicked and gave the opponent another turn, but it didn't matter. He was so far ahead. I didn't pay attention to it saying victory coming in, so I actually thought he was losing this. No, the misclick Inferno wasn't that he ended his turn. The misclick was that on the Gohan swing that should have ended the game, he swung at the droids uselessly, and that was the mistake. But it didn't matter. He still got the victory. Now, it was just a simple misclick on Kage's part. We're all human. It happens. You know, Panini, favorite card. Trying to think of all the cool cards that people liked. I know. I'm going to go with Special Beam Cannon. I love that card. Piccolo Special Beam Cannon in Panini, for anyone wondering, was a sick card. You had to play Piccolo to do it. It was an energy attack. It did some damage. Like, it did like 6 cards of damage, so it wasn't special in damage. But the thing that made it so special was whenever you did the Special Beam Cannon, you could name, I want to say it was 1 or 2 cards, and then you searched your opponent's deck for copies of that card, and you would remove them. So any big things I was afraid of, even one-ofs in the deck, I would target them and just snipe them out of the deck before the opponent could play them. And I loved that. That was one of the coolest things. Now, to help with how to get a replay pulled up, Cell, what you do is you go to your match history. So like this is mine. We had a pretty brutal match history today. A lot of losses and then win trading essentially. And you go to details and you click release and it will give you this blue mark. That's how you know it's working. And then you issue replay ID and it will give you, it'll copy it for you and you just post it to the Discord. Vegeta's quickness drill was quite the drill. That was a good one. But I loved Piccolo's special beam just because it could target out like Time is a Warrior's Tool. It could target out, in the Krillin matchup, you could get rid of Destructo Discs. Like, you just targeted whatever you were most afraid of in a lot of games and said no. The problem is that meant you really had to stay active in the game and remember what cards people played that were good. Because if you started playing other games and forgetting the names of things, it became a useless card. Because if you couldn't name it correctly, and you would say the name correctly, if you said like Blue Awakening Drill and the card's name was Blue Awakened Drill, technically you named a card not in the deck. Too bad. I've seen it happen to players. It never happened to me, but... Not a problem, Cell. Now, this replay comes to us from David Yeezy, and it's Beerus into Topku. This will be the last replay. This will end the stream. We did a slightly long one, but that's because we're chilling, chatting, and catching up a lot of replays. So, any replays we didn't get to, we will knock out tomorrow, more than likely, and yeah. So this will be our last replay review of the day. Kiri. No, it will be. I do have things I need to do after this. I had an extra hour to burn, so I figured we'd kind of just have fun. It's funny to see Beerus having already awakened with a Topku still at 8. Nah, I unfortunately have things I gotta do after this one. But that is my style. Honestly, one of these days we should do a sub challenge again and do a long stream. One of these Fridays. Maybe next week. Might be an idea. Not quite. Okay, yep, pop the hit. See, I would have been tempted to potentially swing with my crit at him at this point, just because at 6, it's hard for him to pick up both lives and still get anything done aggro-wise on his turn. Especially since we actually need to defend things. Okay, I like it. He does clear the crit. No reason not to swing with the Kefla and just try to burn more cards out of Beerus's hand. The spooky thing is the hand size is already swinging back into Taku's favor, and as we push his life, it's just going to swing further in that direction. Do some digging, I'm fine with that. Set up the 17 to make it a little harder for him to do anything, sure. Interesting you didn't try to clear the Kefla off the board. I would have been tempted to try. Especially since there is a world where he could just Beerus us. Most Topkus do run Beerus, and if he blows away all those bodies, it's gonna feel bad. Didn't swing. An option, I suppose. I definitely would have wanted to. Granted, he has to combo into them. Doesn't feel good, but them getting blown away by 5-drop feels worse. Is he just dead this turn? Decently likely, honestly. He's going to be tempted to eat these, right? We get to ask for a ton of cards. The fact he actually let himself go to 2, I can't believe it. What in the world? Yep, no reason not to. Kill off the Gohan, because it's the most annoying thing on the board. Go in. Dig out some cards from his hand, for sure. Writing off the ability to Beerus out of a want to maybe win the game this turn, but if so, he needs to get a single touch on Beerus. This is gonna have to be a mighty big glimpse. Went to 70, that's not enough. Now he's gonna glimpse Basil. Ooh, spooky. Exactly what we needed. Or exactly what we had. Now we can't Ribrianne. That's crazy. How much would Ribrianne been? 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 85? In theory, he could have put a little bit more on that first swing. What would you have done, Inferno? It's crazy, right? That game was so heavily Beerus's, and yet just because of Basil, Roshi, and Glimpse, he could have turned it around. It's absolutely insane what Topku gets away with. Played the two Kabas after. Fair. Well, that was a fun time, everybody. Thank you all for joining me today. Yeah, they are blockers. The problem is with the double striker, with the Beerus down, and the fact that Beerus gets to drop stats. I think the Goku is dead, especially since he did the life pickup. I think that game was over at that point. I don't blame him for going with the Basil. Fair. I actually don't mind going for the life. That's how a lot of Topkus win. That's also how they tend to beat me. Because I'll have him in a position like that, where it's like, oh wow, look, we've overcome him. And then get clapped back by Roshi, Basil, Glimpse, and Double Striker. And what up, give me red buff? You have unfortunate timing, my friend. On that note, thank you everybody who's been here today. If you're new here and you haven't already, please give a follow. We are 2 people away from hitting 200 followers, which would be a huge achievement. I never could have imagined that 200 people would want to know when I'm doing this, so it would mean a whole lot. Beyond that, please, if you haven't already, join our Discord. We have a wonderful community. Kiri just linked the Discord link in the chat, and would love for you to join it. We have a whole channel for replays. We love to help each other build decks, talk about anything from tattoos to food, anime, Dragon Ball Z, video games. It's one of the best communities you could be a part of, and would love for you to be a member. Lastly, if you like the content or love it and you want to help support it, feel free to donate at the link down below, or just sub to the channel and avoid the pesky ads, but no pressure either way. Thank you all for joining me today. I appreciate all of you for being here. I will be back tomorrow at 8 a.m. Central Time, and I hope to see you all here then. Peace, everybody.